was right about the shoe. The shoe was not the same in the picture in court as the shoe pulled from the evidence bag by Trooper Bukake.
And you mentioned you're at the hospital. There was a sneaker. One.
Yes.
Bukake! Bukake!
Woo! Good evening, friends. Happy Saturday. I hope everybody is doing well. Oh man. So we've got little more self-education to take place. I couldn't think of a better way to spend my Saturday evening than with you guys. Now this will not be a prelude to the Turtle Boy Live stream that happens usually every Saturday around 9 o'clock. But that's because he's moving it to Sunday due to playoffs. I guess it's playoffs. Is it playoffs? Playoffs? I don't know. I don't fucking follow sports. I don't give a shit. But you know, so for those of you who also don't really give a shit about sports, welcome. So yeah, no, that's well, don't get mad at me, man. I ain't got nothing to do with that shit. Oh, it's a Notre Dame game. Okay, Notre Dame game. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm like, it's a little too early, right? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Whatever. There's this one team, and they represent a state or a college, and they throw a ball, and they try to get to one side, and the other team tries to stop them until it's their turn to try to get the ball to the other side, and then the first team tries to stop them, and so on and so forth. Exciting. Oh man. No, I'm just kidding. Like, I actually really enjoy watching football. I just don't give a fuck about really like who wins. Like at the moment I do, and then like if my team loses, I'm like, whatever, and then I forget all about it. I don't give a fuck. Um so, so that's my extent of how much I enjoy sports. Like the male DNA in me enjoys sports, but it doesn't go so far as to let it dictate my fucking life. As like most men, which that's something I'll never understand. A lot of women like that too. A lot of women like that too, man. Like when you see, I don't know, man. I figure there's a lot of women out there like that are really attractive to certain dudes who like wear all the colors and then they start yelling and screaming at their TV like Nick Turturro does when he's watching the Yankees. That shit I could watch all day. Give a fuck about the Yankees, but I really enjoy watching Nick Turturro get really mad when the Yankees lose. It's one of my favorite things to watch on Instagram. I'm not even trying to lie. Nicholas Turturro is one of my favorite actors, and whenever he loses his shit over the Yankees, man, I just laugh. And he does that on purpose, like, I mean, it's genuine, but at the same time, like he knows it's funny. So like he films it and he posts it, so it's really funny. Was Nicholas Turturro on NYPD Blue? That makes sense that he was. I know his brother John Turturro is also one of my favorite actors. I mean, the Jesus. Hello. So yeah, I'm definitely more of a movies guy. So like I prefer watching my favorite actors react to sports rather than watching the sports itself. That's kind of how I'm built. Yeah, so but today what we're going to do is we're going to discuss the KELSEY FITZSIMMONS case. Now, I'm going to be discussing stuff that most of you are already aware of. I'm way behind on it. I have not educated myself thoroughly on this case, but that's what these live streams are about, is so that I can. And then hopefully, in theory, maybe I'll put together a fundraiser when I'm ready to start having guests, and I'll make a fundraiser out of it. And try to get all the creators, most of the creators who have been talking about KELSEY's case, and get them on and discuss things with them, discuss the case with them. So yeah, and I'm really hyped too. I'm really hyped because no, Mazza's fundraiser is tomorrow, I believe. I'll end this right now if his is tonight, because I don't want to step on his toes. I want him to raise as much money as he can for KELSEY. So I'm 99% sure that it's tomorrow. And I want to make sure, because like I said, I'll end this shit tonight, like right now. If that's the case. Yeah, it's tomorrow. We're good. Yeah, we're good. So yeah, all right. Yeah, I know chat's yelling at me. It only took a second for me to check. But yeah, make sure to watch tomorrow. Mazza Media is going to be raising money for KELSEY FITZSIMMONS for the second time, throwing a fundraiser. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, and there'll probably be some guests on there that you may not have a whole lot of positive opinions for right now, but that doesn't matter because it's all for KELSEY. So if you can put that bullshit aside for the sake of a good cause, then awesome. Yeah, there's gonna be, I mean, because Mazda doesn't get involved in that shit, man. And I respect him a hell of a lot for that. And I respect anybody who keeps him out of that shit too. Because I know it's not something that he's very comfortable with, and for good reason. I'm not comfortable with it. I just for some reason can't, you know, back down. That's I just can't help it. But yeah, but not to make any of these other great creators who have been covering Kelsey feel a certain way. So I'm not going to get into the details, but and I'm not going to show receipts. I'm just not going to do that. This is one of those things. Believe me or don't believe me, I don't really give a fuck. But I've got a personal endorsement from Mr. Tim Bradle himself about covering this case. And I'm really it really lit a fire in me when I found that out. So I'm really excited about that. So yeah, Tim Bradle said some really cool things. And so I'm really excited about that. Because Tim's my homeboy, dude. Y'all don't even realize me and Tim Bradle is like this, son. Okay. But yeah, he is he's given me a very heartfelt personal endorsement for covering this. So I plan on doing this the best that I can. Christine, yeah, the more I'm learning about it, the more disgusting it is. I think the person that I'm pissed off the most in this whole situation is the judge. Because like, I mean, I think that the officer who shot Kelsey sucks too, because he's not man enough to just say what the fuck happened. Because I'm telling you, I'm 99.5% convinced that dude panicked, did the only thing that he thought he could to keep her from committing suicide. He saw a window when her gun jammed, saw a window, took it, and his aim wasn't as good as he wanted it to be. That's what I think happened. I don't think that he was trying to murder Kelsey or kill Kelsey or disable Kelsey necessarily, just disable her enough to be able to take her own life. That's what I believe happened. Based on all of the information that I have, based on the fact that Kelsey herself said that they formed a bond. They formed a friendship, a true, deep friendship that would happen, that I would imagine would happen between two police officers who have to work a scene that is as traumatic and traumatizing as seeing a murder suicide involving an infant and her mother and their mother. And they were partners. So I mean, yeah, I don't think that there was any, you know, deep nefarious conspiracy or any shit like that going on. I really don't think. I think if there is, it's on the political and legal end after the fact, if there is, but I don't think it had anything to do with the incident that took place. The incident that took place screams to me an officer in a panic, watched too many fucking movies, and tried to take a shot at her shoulder, didn't aim properly, and or his aim wasn't as good as he hoped it would be, and shot her in the lung. And now we are where we are. But by the grace of God, she has survived. But the problem is that she's sitting in fucking jail right now when she shouldn't be sitting in fucking jail. So what we're gonna do is continue to look at more things. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is all. I haven't read the jail incident report yet or the Fitzsimmons. Now, what I'm going to do last time, what we did was we listened to the hearing where her bail was denied because she could not perform a breathalyzer test for obvious reasons. I mean, she has a collapsed lung, and among other things that I would need Nurse Kim to explain to me. But she is clearly not in the shape to be able to take deep breaths. The doctor's report itself stated that she would be subject to chronic pain by taking deep breaths. So it's basically torture for her to have to take these deep breaths to and the kind of breaths that it requires to conduct a breathalyzer test. So now this is 7 pages. Okay, this isn't bad. And September 11th was the hearing, correct? Yes, if I remember correctly, September 11th was the hearing, and this is the response to that. And this is filed by, it doesn't say who it's filed by. There's no final page that states it. Okay. I'm assuming it's Tim Bradle. I'm assuming this is, let's see, order on defendant's motion to reconsider imposition of custody and for reinstatement of original terms of release with order for alternative alcohol testing. All right, so and again, guys, I appreciate your patience because I could be doing this behind the scenes. This is what most creators do, is they do their research behind the scenes. I say, fuck that. What's the point? You guys know I'm doing the research. What am I supposed to fucking create this illusion that I come up here and I know fucking everything about everything? No, bro. Why not just share the experience of learning about this case with you guys? Liz88 gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate you as always. That is amazing. We love you. Now, yeah, and you know, listen, y'all are free to say what you want, but try not to distract anybody with the chat with bullshit. Like we're trying to get shit done here. You know, just because like if in the drama bullshit, if you're taking my side on things, hey, that's great. I appreciate that. Because I'm taking the side of the community, and I'm taking the side of those of us who actually care about getting shit done and seeking justice. So if you're in here and we're actually trying to seek justice, just know that you're not doing me any favors or anybody else here any favors by distracting with drama, because it makes you just the same as them if you do that. So just know that moving forward here, we're not talking about that shit. There's no need to talk about that shit right now. We're trying to get shit done. And the whole reason that I took issue with those people over there were because they showed that they didn't give a shit about getting shit done. They didn't care. So you might as well just go hang out over there with them if you want to film this chat with that bullshit. If that's what we're talking about, then that's what we're talking about. But that's not what we're talking about, is it? So just know you're the same as them right now if you're filling my chat with that bullshit. So The defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, stands indicted for 1 count of assault with a dangerous weapon. Following 3 hearings in 2 weeks regarding conditions of release, the case is now before the court on Fitzsimmons' motion to reconsider imposition of custody and for reinstatement of original terms of release with order for alternative alcohol testing, the motion paper number 24. As there is nothing in the motion that was not known to Fitzsimmons and her counsel when this matter was last before the court on September 11th, 2025. There has been no change in circumstances or newly discovered information that would warrant revisiting the court's decision pursuant. Okay, so I'm guessing this is written by the prosecutor. And warrant revisiting by the court's decision pursuant to blah, 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 blah. So yeah, this is this, by the sound of it, it sounds like it's written by the prosecutor. There is no like stamp at the end of it, or, you know, like the last page is, or I guess this is by the judge. Okay, this looks like it's by the judge. This is her putting her decision in writing. Got it. As there is nothing in the motion, blah, 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 blah. As explained below, Fitzsimmons' failure to transparently provide information related to her ability and willingness to abide by the conditions imposed despite 3 lengthy hearings is a manipulation of this court's efforts to fashion the least restrictive conditions of release that would both allow her to avoid incarceration and reasonably assure the safety of all other persons in the community as required by Section 58A. Wow. Okay, so this judge is an asshole, dude. There's no way around that shit. Look, her failure, like, and she's gonna get into this. She's gonna like, she's saying, as explained below, meaning that she's gonna like explain. She's gonna explain it. Fitzsimmons' failure to transparently provide information related to her ability and willingness to abide by the conditions imposed despite 3 lengthy hearings is a manipulation of this court's efforts to fashion the least restrictive conditions of release that would both allow her to avoid incarceration and reasonably assure the safety of other persons in the community required. Okay, so what she's saying here, this is fascinating. So what the judge is saying here is, since they failed to provide that doctor's report, and I gotta say, you know, as much as I love my man Tim, the Terminator, like, unless I'm misunderstanding something, and the chances are I am, probably, I'm not an attorney. The Blair Institute of Law and stuff is not a real thing. So it's not a real thing. So it's very, very, very likely even that I am missing something here. But I read a doctor's report, a medical report signed by a doctor with commentary from a doctor, like with notes from a doctor. I saw this and it was dated prior to that hearing. So, okay, so wait a second. All right, Dizzy, thank you for that. See, that helps me understand things better. So they included a doctor email, but she kept hitching on the probation officers. She kept hitching on the parole officers, the probation or parole officer. I guess the parole officer. She kept hitching on his, him not being sufficient evidence, his testimony not being sufficient evidence that would allow her to provide a different means, allow a different means probation. Thank you. Provide a different means. Yeah, parole is when you go to prison. She hasn't gone to prison yet. Excuse me. So to provide a different means of testing her for alcohol. So I mean, it's fine. Like, hold on, what's Olivia saying here? They provided 2 affidavits, a doctor's email, correspondence with the probation officer, among other things. The judge was applying legal and proper standards to this. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. But I feel like all I'm saying is, in theory, I could be wrong. The medical report that I read before I played that hearing last time I talked about this case, the medical report that I read seems like that would have been more than sufficient evidence. More than enough. Now, I'm not saying the judge still would have changed her mind. I'm saying that would have been something that is undeniable. That's it. Here it is. The doctor's telling you. Now, if you're saying that the doctor's email that was provided in that exhibit and that doctor's email says the same thing, well, then, you know, everybody did what they could do. Everybody did whatever they could do. And this judge sucks even worse than I thought. So, yeah, if that evidence was already in the record, then right. Okay. Yeah, this is fucking ridiculous. So here she is saying that they failed to provide information related to her ability and willingness to abide by the conditions imposed by the judge. So, this almost accuses her. It actually does. It flat out accuses her of trying to manipulate the court to get out of jail. That is what she's accusing Kelsey Fitzsimmons and her counsel of right here. That they're trying to play some sort of little lawyer game and get her out of jail, and, you know, garner some sort of false sympathy, some undeserved sympathy to manipulate the court to get out of jail or come up with new conditions. This is fucking crazy. Now, my favorite thing is that my favorite thing here is that she's going to explain herself here. This judge is going to explain herself in this motion. Wow. Reasonably ensure the conditions of release that would both allow her to avoid incarceration and reasonably assure the safety of all persons in the community as required. Thus, the motion is denied. After the Commonwealth moved to hold Fitzsimmons as dangerous, pursuant to blah, 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 the court concluded, following a hearing on August 28th, 2025, that the Commonwealth met its burden as to dangerousness and that Fitzsimmons' release on personal recognizance alone would not reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required or would endanger the safety of another person, P.O., Noonan, or the community. Rather than hold Fitzsimmons in custody, the court sought to fashion the least restrictive conditions of release that would reasonably assure her appearance and the safety of all other persons in the community as required by blah, 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 58A. So right here, she's already like, the judge is saying, I did what I could. The judge is going, I sought to fashion the least restrictive conditions of release that would reasonably assure her appearance in court and the safety of all persons in the community. Okay, she's got a collapsed lung, dude. She's not jumping on a fucking train car with a fucking stick and a bandana holding canned goods like a hobo. Okay? She's damn sure not getting behind the wheel of a car and taking off. And she's not getting on a plane unnoticed. Like, reasonably assure that she's going to show up to court. Dude, what do you mean? This is fucking wild. This is wild. And the safety of all others, right? The safety of all others. Like she's going to go on a shooting spree, dude. Like she's going to go hunt down homeboy. You know, like she can't even breathe into a fucking tube, and she's going to go hunt down homeboy and Sarah Connor, her baby. Is that what she's going to do? Like, stop it. Stop it. Okay, so based on the serious nature of the allegations against her, as well as evidence presented by the Commonwealth about Fitzsimmons' history of aggressive behavior while intoxicated, okay, is there proof of that? The court concluded that the condition of remaining alcohol-free and submitting to scram monitoring was necessary to ensure the safety of the community and imposed that as a condition of release. Okay, all right. Her history of aggressive behavior while intoxicated. Was she intoxicated during the incident where she was shot? And I believe there was another incident prior to that, right? Didn't she lost her badge and gun and was suspended, right? And then got reinstated. And then as soon as she got reinstated, they came and took her baby. Isn't that what happened? Or am I wrong? She lost it because of PPD. She lost it because she was suffering from postpartum depression. So what did she do? Fail I don't know if you fail them, but a psych eval? Was this the result of a psych eval that took place? Okay, that makes sense. So this was a result of a psych eval that took place. So as a result, they decided to take her off duty and take away her weapon and wait till she's cleared for duty. Then she was cleared for duty. As soon as she was cleared for duty, dickhead files a fucking phony restraining order, gets her baby taken away, and then she gets shot. Okay, got it. Thank you, guys. This is what we're doing here. Got it. Makes perfect sense. Totally tracks. All of it tracks. So no history. Basically, to answer my question, no fucking history of there's no police report, no incident with the husband or with an ex-boyfriend or some other shit where she and them got into a fight and cops show up and say, hey, you go your way and you go yours. Y'all are drinking too much. And none of that has ever happened with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. The drinking issues are all alleged. But even if there's a police report, they're all alleged until she turns up positive for an alcohol test. Everything's alleged until that happens. You know what I mean? I mean, was there even a police report or anything like that? Anything memorialized that indicates that she had a violent temper with alcohol is what I'm asking. So no. Okay. So to specify a little bit more on this, the only thing in writing is in the report where he is in the request for the restraining order, right? Because I know he accuses her of all kinds of shit in that. That doesn't mean shit to me. But is that where you're saying that he accused her of this argument and where she was drunk at a party. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Because that means fucking fuck all to me. Is that restraining order and what's listed on it? That means fuck all to me. Nothing. Okay. Thank you guys. I'm gonna keep going. Now I'm okay. So this judge is making this decision, and the evidence that she's basing it on, I love that. So, in summary, for this little tidbit that we got hiccuped on right here, in summary, this judge doesn't feel that an email from the doctor, the testimony from the probation officer that she was in chronic pain, she couldn't do it. And then she finally fucking passed when she finally could. Fuck all that. That shit's not evidence. But the hearsay from the boyfriend in that restraining order is considered evidence for her to make her decision. That weighs more. The evidence from the accused, in a justice system where the accuser has the burden of proof, she doesn't think of things that way, and she automatically goes, okay, the accuser says that it happened, so it must be a thing. Oh, you have a doctor's note that says that she's in chronic pain and that she's going to experience chronic pain, and a witness, a credible witness who is a probation officer, her assigned probation officer, his testimony means jack shit in comparison to the blind accusation coming from jackass whoever the fuck in the Dominican Republic would be known as fulano de tal, and in certain parts of the country, Joe fucking Blow. Nobody. Some asshole with a bitter chip on his shoulder against the mother of his child for whatever reason, who I haven't gotten into yet, but the consensus is he's trying to take her house. They're not even fucking married, and he thinks he's entitled to her house. Awesome. The court imposed a number of other conditions, including GPS monitoring, that FITZSIMMONS reside with her mother and stepfather at their home until house arrest, or under house arrest, excuse me, and that she have no contact with the victim, any witnesses, or her child. After a further hearing regarding conditions of release on September 8th, 2025, FITZSIMMONS was released from custody. In the 3 days that followed, FITZSIMMONS requested relief from two of the conditions of release to which she had just agreed. First, immediately after the September 8th hearing, defense counsel requested that the GPS condition be lifted so that FITZSIMMONS could undergo surgery the next day, September 9th, 2025. With no evidence to support the contention that FITZSIMMONS could not wear a GPS device during surgery, and based on probation's representation that a GPS device does not always need to be removed for surgery, the court denied this request. So, in other words, I mean, this just sounds like this judge is trying to justify. I mean, that's what this motion is. I mean, it's funny because it's what's necessary. The court, I mean, she has to, write a full motion to or response to a motion, put her ruling in writing, and explain for the record exactly why she made this decision, so that it comes off, so that there is at least the illusion of the interest of justice. It's just very funny to me. So, in other words, what we just read there was, They filed a motion to allow her to attend surgery that she may need to save her life. Life-changing, life-saving surgery, right? I mean, it's not like it's not like she got shot in the chest or anything like that. It's not like she has fucking bullet fragments scattered along her fucking back, close to the to exiting, but not quite exiting her shoulder blade. It's not like her liver's damaged or anything. It's not like there's a tube connecting her lung to her thorax. It's not like any of these things are, of any concern to someone's vital well-being, right? Not at all. And so this judge's concern is, I know she's going to be under, and I know she's going to be, like when I say under, I know she's going to be knocked the fuck out. She's going to be unconscious during this surgery and incapacitated. So, but I'm not comfortable with her not having an ankle monitor on during surgery. That's just, I'm not budging on that. Dude, this judge, just for that alone, fuck all the other stuff we've been talking about. Just for that alone, just for the fact that she would not let her have surgery for that, for what she needed to have surgery for. The fact that she would not allow her to do that is enough to convince me that if there is a hell, she has a fucking spot reserved just for her. Like the hell pigs that are going to be tasked with with having to tear her apart and eat her for eternity, to where she always feels this and experiences it throughout eternity in a lake of fire. Those pigs are being starved right now just for her. Satan is being like, nah. Those pigs are going, they're hungry as fuck. Satan's going, nah, man. Nah, y'all gotta wait. I got something real special coming. I got something real special. Tracy Cooley, thank you so much. They need to use ADA laws to help her. Agreed. Oh, well, that's interesting. Okay. That's an excellent point, Olivia. Like they have programs like that, like they prisoners have more rights than she does. People sentenced, people with life sentences, people who've been convicted, they have more rights than she does right now. The fuck is that? This is wild, man. So they wouldn't let her take, she said that she wouldn't let her get surgery because the doctors said that she has to have her ankle monitor removed. And even though she was going to be incapacitated under anesthesia, there's no budge there. This lady sucks. Like those pigs are going to feast. Those hell pigs are going to feast once that lady kicks it. In 3 days that followed, Fitzsimmons requested relief from 2 of the conditions of release to which she had just agreed. Oh, okay. I already read that. 2 days later, Fitzsimmons filed an emergency. Oh, wait, Brenda gifted 5 membership. Brenda G. Holy jeez. Thank you, Brenda G. So much. 2 days later, Fitzsimmons filed an emergency motion for immediate relief from scram order, which is the breathalyzer, which sought relief from the court order requiring her to breathe into a scram device because Fitzsimmons was unable to do the testing without experiencing severe abdominal pain and dizziness, and because the breathing necessary to the task is impossible in her condition and impairs healing of her broken ribs and punctured lung. What pisses me off about that the most is that the judge wrote that. The judge wrote that, didn't put it together that is a perfectly fucking legitimate reason to not have to take a goddamn fucking breathalyzer, dude. Like, it's a perfectly legitimate, it's as legitimate of excuses as they get. It is as legitimate of excuses as excuses get. Her lung is collapsed. It's punctured. Her lung is punctured. She can't fucking breathe. And it's not severe abdominal pain. That's just a part of it. We're talking about chronic pain. Pain that I can't imagine. I don't know what a collapsed lung feels like or a punctured lung. I don't know what that feels like. I hope to God I never do. I don't know what a fucked up liver feels like. I don't know what any of these things that she's going through feels like, but I can imagine that it's probably a hell of a lot worse than a bum knee being laid up all summer. Probably a shit ton worse. And that sucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you have to fucking, this is what you got to do. You in order for you to be out of jail, in order for you to stay out of jail, Glare, what you're going to have to do, okay, you just busted your knee. Well, you're just going to have to walk a mile anyway. Like, you have to. That's part of it's part of your conditions. You have to do it, or you're going to jail. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? I can't fucking walk. What are you talking about? Like, that's insane. I can't breathe, and you want me to take a breathalyzer test. Right. That's what I was saying the last stream. It's like there's no reason. There's clear, perfect alternatives. Like, alcohol leaves your system within 24 fucking hours, dude. Like, either one of those would be way more reliable and accurate. I guarantee you, sitting there with a fucking punctured lung, trying to breathe, Kelsey Fitzsimmons is like, draw as much as you fucking want. I don't give a fuck. Knock yourself out. Go give some to Dracula. I don't care. I guarantee you that's got to be her attitude. So crazy. Oh, I hate this judge so much. Dude, I didn't even hate Bev. I hate this lady. This lady is a bad person. Okay? Bev is just, I can't figure her out. I think that she's just, capable of being a fucking asshole because she fucking couldn't control her emotions. That's what I think was going on with Bev. Just had it in for Karen Reed and had it in for Alan Jackson. This lady just fucking sucks. This lady is just a bad person. This lady is a bad seed. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my okay, punctured lung. At a hearing on the motion on September 11th, 2025, which is the one we listened to last time, counsel argued that it would be cruel and unusual punishment and torture to continue to require Fitzsimmons to comply with the condition of being monitored by Scram, but presented no alternative testing options to ensure Fitzsimmons remained alcohol free. Holy shit, man. Like, that tells me everything right there. Like, this is personal for her. She felt insulted. She took it personally. She's saying, oh my God. Yeah, her counsel said cruel, and you could tell in the recording that she took that shit personally. Bradel saying this was cruel and unusual punishment and torture for this woman to have to breathe into a breathalyzer test when she can't fucking breathe. Tracy, thank you so much. I believe Nurse Kim said with the current liver damage she has and needs surgery for, drinking alcohol could kill her. Right. She's not interested in drinking fucking alcohol. This lady's not interested in drinking. If I found out that she drank in her condition, I'd call her an asshole myself. I'd be like, you're on your own, fucking lady. You're on your fucking own. I swear to God, I would. It's that easy for me. I'm barely invested in this shit. But if I found out this lady just couldn't fucking go without a drink, I'd be like, fuck this lady. You know what I mean? But I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that it is of any fucking interest whatsoever to Kelsey Fitzsimmons right now. Alcohol being, I mean, not even existence. It's not even on the spectrum of things that are important. I guarantee it. It's not even on the end of things least important. It's not on the spectrum of things that are important at all. I guarantee it. And this judge is acting like, oh, I'm sure she just wants to drink. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, any judge with any common sense is just going to be like, yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I just, okay. She's laying up there with a punctured lung. She's okay. I doubt that, you know, getting drunk is exactly. And I mean, prosecution, how do you feel about this? You know? How does the Commonwealth feel about this? I mean, it's not that hard to be very reasonable and just be like, how does counsel feel about this? Okay. All right. So you're worried that she's going to drink. Why are you worried that she's going to drink? Okay. Well, you're worried she's going to drink because the boyfriend stated in a restraining order. Are there any police reports to back that up? Have we seen any evidence of her? I mean, she's a police officer, correct? Are we not to give her the benefit of the doubt that this could just be a personal thing between her and a very domestic, private thing that he filed a thing and, you know, so, I mean, why wouldn't you assume that and just go, okay, based on what I'm seeing, I see no reason, you know, the blood test, there's all kinds of different ways. Can a blood test be presented? So she's blaming Bradel for not bringing up a blood test and not bringing up urine test as alternatives. That's what she's doing. She's blaming him. But I mean, why? And technically I could see why. Thank you. Technically I could see why she's saying that, in the sense that, okay, technically it is on them to argue that, right? It is on Bradel to argue that and provide those alternatives. But come on, like, a judge who's really trying to just get to the interest of justice, just really acting in the interest of justice and trying to get to the truth, is going to simply be like, okay, well, what can we do here? Let's all work together. Let's put our heads together. And what can we do here? This judge is not interested in that. This judge is like, I'm going to keep this woman in jail until you blow my mind with some reason why she shouldn't be in jail. That's insane. Christine, thank you so much. The worst part was that she needed surgery. Surgeon would not do it with an ankle monitor on. Judge threw her back in jail, depriving her of surgery. Problem is that judges are protected by law. No, I agree. I feel like she should be charged with a crime for that. Not that, Dina. Thank you so much. The cruelest punishment is keeping her from her baby. Ask any mom. That would kill me. I feel like the agony. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not the case. But I would argue, just from being a male who I don't know what it's like to be a woman, I would argue that, being denied life-saving surgery is pretty fucking cruel, man. Yeah, this woman is terrible. This judge is terrible. Like, she should be booted off the bench. That's crazy. Prior order of release and order FITZSIMMONS held without bail pursuant. Jesus. In the specific context of persons held pursuant to 276-58A, the hearing may be reopened by the judge at any time before the trial, or open a motion to the Commonwealth or person detained if the judge finds that information exists that was not known at the time of the hearing, or that there has been a change in circumstances, that such information or change in circumstances has a material hearing on the issue of whether there are conditions of release that will reasonably assure the safety of any other person or the community. Okay. Okay, so she's saying here you can still bring it up, which I imagine has already happened, seeing as we are in October and there have been hearings since. And I know that her bond was denied again. So I'm assuming this didn't budge at all. More boldly, Massachusetts, blah, 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 empowers a judge to reconsider any pretrial motion which has been heard and denied upon showing of substantial justice. In this case, there is nothing in the motion that was not known to FITZSIMMONS when this matter was last before the court on September 11th, 2025. However, Rule 13 is not limited to instances where there are allegations of new or additional grounds that could have been reasonably known when the original motion was filed. Citing Commonwealth versus Haskell. Instead, a judge always has the power to reconsider his or her own decisions during the pendency of a case. Unreal. Judges are not condemned to abstain from entertaining second thoughts that may be better ones. Ultimately, whether to do so or not is a matter of judicial discretion, and a reviewing court will disturb a judge's decision on a motion pursuant to Rule 13 only where there has been abuse of discretion. Let me read that again. Ultimately, whether to do so or not is a matter of judicial discretion and that is to review and change any decisions, any pretrial motion decisions. So, a reviewing court will disturb a judge's decision on a motion pursuant to Rule 13 only where there has been an abuse of discretion. So if I'm reading that correctly, that's stating that another judge could be watching this and go, this is super fucked up. Can't let this happen. I'm going to go ahead and fucking, I'm just basically going to veto that shit. Whatever the fuck you just said. No, she can't have surgery. Why can't she have surgery? Oh, she has to fucking do a scram exam and she can't breathe, and you denied her surgery. I'm sorry. No, I'm going to step in here. There is a judge can absolutely do that. Why hasn't one? I challenge Judge Bev. I challenge Judge Bev. I challenge Judge Krupp. I challenge Judge Doolin. I challenge any judge whose name that I can think of off the top of my fucking head. I challenge any one of them to step in there and say that shit what that judge has done is in the interest of justice. And I know I'm behind. I'm like a month behind here. So I understand. Okay. So she did take this. Okay, got it. Yeah, you guys got to understand. I'm in my own time here. I'm a month behind you guys. So I'm reacting to what I'm seeing here. And it turns out, according to you guys, that she does end up taking that sort of action. She tries to pursue this. That's great. That's amazing. Gotta love Bradle. So yeah. Oh, timely manner. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. This is how I learned. This is way easier than Karen Reed. This is way easier to understand than Karen Reed. And I've learned to understand motions being filed in court documents a lot more from following Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, their cases. So yeah, this is actually, as far as understanding goes, it's a walk in the park. The only thing I have trouble with is the medical explanations of things, of her injuries. That's the only stuff I have trouble with. But this is very, very easy to follow in comparison to the Karen Reed case. There's just a lot less people involved. There's basically 3 people involved in this case. Well, 4. You have KELSEY, her baby, her shitbag boyfriend, and the dickhead who shot her. That's it. Oh, I plan to eventually. I plan to. I'll be reaching out to her at some point in regards to this case. But you guys got to understand, I'm catching myself up here. I promise you guys, you don't want me to catch up any other way. Now, I could do this behind the scenes, but you know, I say fuck it. Let's do this together like we did Karen Reed. So, yeah. To me, I find that more rewarding, more fun that way. Britt Happens, thanks so much. Karen didn't go through this shit and was alleged to have killed someone. Right. Yeah. Good point. Excellent point. Oh wow. You guys hear that? That's my stomach. No, I have not consumed 2,000 calories as of yet today. Let's see. Let's hold on here. I have walked Clubber twice though, in the park, which is really nice. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so Fitzsimmons' pending motion asked the court to reconsider its revocation of her release and instead impose available alternative alcohol testing by random urine test as set forth in the attached email provided by probation. The attached email was purportedly sent by Assistant Chief Probation Officer Jeff January at 6:21 p.m. on September 10th, 2025, the day before the hearing on Fitzsimmons' emergency motion for immediate relief from scram order. You just said that they didn't provide an alternative, and you're saying now that they asked you to provide urine testing. to allow urine testing. What the fuck are you talking about, lady? The email notes that the only alternative to scram testing is urine testing through a vendor called AverHealth, which would require Fitzsimmons to travel to one of the AverHealth sites to submit to a test. The email concludes by offering to provide more specific information on AverHealth tomorrow morning. Bullshit! Why can't the probation officer have somebody supervise her taking a fucking leak into a cup and then hand the shit to the fucking probation officer? Put on a glove, stick it in a bag, and go. It's that easy. Get the fuck out of my face. At the hearing on September 11th, the court gave the parties ample opportunity to present their arguments. Mr. January was present and testified under oath. For some reason, rather than bringing the alternative testing option to the court's attention and inquiring about it with Mr. January during his testimony before the court, defense counsel at that time sought only an order completely relieving Fitzsimmons of the condition of release, requiring her to submit to scram monitoring. It was only after the hearing, when the requested relief was denied, that defense counsel brought to the court's attention via the pending motion that Fitzsimmons could be tested for alcohol via a urine test performed by AverHealth. Rather than live testimony under oath from Mr. January on September 11th, defense counsel now asked the court to rely on an unverified email that provides little detail about AverHealth and the testing it offers. So you want to vet AverHealth, like you want to probe AverHealth. Okay. The motion also implicitly asked the court to modify the condition of release, placing Fitzsimmons on house arrest, except for medical court and attorney visits with 48 hours notice to probation, as urine testing would reportedly require her to go on AverHealth facility with less than 48 hours. This is so annoying. With less than 48 hours notice, excuse me. I was thumbing through the footnotes, but I think the footnotes are just going to piss me off. Because it's just, this all sounds like her. I mean, it's her putting on record what her decision is and what the nature of her decision is. I get that, but it just comes off as her justifying her bullshit. That's how it comes off. It comes off as some asshole who's trying to justify their shitty actions. That's how this whole thing reads. The court points out that when it initially outlined conditions of release at the August 28th hearing, the court specifically noted, in the context of reconsidering whether it was necessary to require random drug testing, the importance of minimizing the number of times Fitzsimmons was allowed to leave the residence. After being advised by probation that Fitzsimmons would have to leave the house for drug testing, and because it was alcohol and not drugs that were of concern in Fitzsimmons' case, the court declined to impose drug testing and imposed only alcohol testing via a scram device because it could be done from the confines of her home. So can a piss test, dude. The court continues to recognize the importance of minimizing the number of times Fitzsimmons is excused from house arrest for the sake of assuring the safety of the community. This is bullshit, man. The court also notes that Fitzsimmons has had other opportunities to raise the issue of her inability to comply with scram testing and suggest alternatives. The court first advised Fitzsimmons that her release was conditioned on being alcohol-free and subject to scram testing at the initial Section 58A hearing on August 28, 2025. At that hearing, counsel asked questions and sought clarification about other conditions, but not about the scram testing condition. In addition, on September 8, 2025, Fitzsimmons submitted to the court a medical notice, paper number 20, which the court impounded under her request without revealing sensitive information. That pleading represents that Fitzsimmons has trouble breathing due to injury sustained from a gunshot wound. Yeah. Despite this, Fitzsimmons raised no concerns at the September 8th hearing about her injuries interfering with her ability to comply with scram testing. Is it a question that she was fucking shot in the lung, asshole? I mean, what are we doing here? That's what's so annoying. She's like, oh, well, you know, I know she was shot in the lung, but she's failing to provide any logical proof as to why it would be difficult for her to breathe. I gotta know, like, does this judge have a like a personal hard on for Kelsey Fitzsimmons for some reason? Is she related to her in some way? Is she related to the boyfriend in some way? What the fuck is going on here? Why is this lady such a fucking asshole? I'm baffled. I mean, the baby daddy dude, like, here's the problem. What if the baby's daddy's telling the truth? Now, there's no documentation to back this up. There's no, there's no fucking, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm asking questions. Okay. What if baby daddy's telling the truth? What if Kelsey Fitzsimmons is actually a crazy, insane, drunken person? The second she drinks, she turns into a fucking Mr. Hyde and flips the fuck out. And then this dude is taking the necessary steps to ensure his child's safety. The problem with that, though, is that's just not the case. The problem with that is that every bit of this dude's actions seem spiteful. That's the problem that I have. He doesn't seem to be acting, just like Judge Bev wasn't acting in the interest of justice, just like this judge isn't acting in the interest of justice. This man is not showing me that he's acting in the interest of this child's safety and this child's well-being. He seems spiteful. And that is a big red flag. Because if he's just this good person who's just trying to protect his baby, then he's going to be like, I want her to get the help she needs. I want her to do whatever she has to do because I want my baby to have a relationship with her mother. Only a shitbag would do everything that he can in those early stages of parenthood, try to keep a child away from their mother so desperately. Unless that woman was an absolute fucking monster. Heather says, what's happening to Kelsey seems wrong, but she's tied to the same police crew. Is this just them turning on their own? I don't know. I don't think so. No, I think you're thinking too deep into it. I think that dude panicked, and if he doesn't throw her under the bus, then his career's fucked, and he just chose to shake hands with the devil in this situation. That's what I think happened. I think he was trying to do the right thing at the time, and now, since his career, he's justifying it in his mind, throwing her under the bus is worth it to save his career, because he knows in his heart he was trying to save her life. That's what I think is going through his mind. And I think that's the goods that the devil sold him when he shook hands. Validation, justification. Well, I was trying to save her life. So spiritually, I'm good because, fuck that. I mean, she's probably never going to be a cop again anyway. So why should both our careers get flushed down the toilet? Fuck that shit. She'll beat these charges. Who cares? Fuck it. That's what I think is going on through his mind. The guy who shot her partner, who shot her. I mean, it's all pretty much there. Like, it's pretty easy to make these assessments, like it's pretty easy to speculate, and responsibly, safely. It really is. Because I just don't see this man. I'd like to know more about this guy. Because that's the only thing. I don't like doing digs on people because I'm like, well, you don't know. You know what I mean? But the problem is that this dude seems extremely spiteful in his actions. Trying to take her house. Why? Why does he feel entitled to her house? That's what I want to know. And he wants child support from her. And they're not even married. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Now, here's the thing, though. And I want to warn you guys, because I want to have Kelsey's back when it comes to this, and it will. The whole custody of her baby thing. At some point, she's going to get better. Some point, these charges, they're going to be put behind her. But she's going to be fighting for custody of her baby. Okay? And the public is going to want to be really involved in that. The public is going to want to show her a lot of support. And I'm telling you, in my experience of dealing with a large amount of public support and family court hates that shit. Criminal court hates that shit too, but their hands are kind of tied. But in family court, a judge could just be like, fuck this. I just don't like the fact that this motherfucker has this much support, and it's annoying the shit out of me. And I'm just going to push back at everything that comes from this side. So be careful. Be very careful moving forward when showing, because our hearts are all in the right place and we all want to be like, yes, 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 Kelsey, 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 get your baby. You deserve your baby back. But when it comes to family court, man, family court judges don't like that shit at all. I'm telling you right now. Christine, thank you so much. The fact that she is selling her house, no income, can't pay mortgage. He has a court date on the 29th, I think, to get 18 years in advance of child support from the proceeds of the sale of her house. He has a new girlfriend. That is crazy. Yeah, this guy is a fucking shitbag, dude. Like, what's your rush, bro? You know what I mean? Go fuck yourself. You suck. Seriously. So this goes on to say, in some, there's been no change in circumstances and newly discovered information that would warrant revisiting the court's decision pursuant to 276-58A. Nor has there been showing that substantial justice requires it. Ordering FITZSIMMONS to remain alcohol-free and monitoring her for alcohol use with Scram device was critical to the court's. Oh, shut up. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Like, that's just pissing me off. She's just repeating herself and justifying her bullshit. So let me do this. No, man. All right. So the Massachusetts law 58A, section 58A. The Commonwealth may move based on dangerousness for an order of pretrial detention or release on conditions for a felony offense that has an element of the offense, the use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force against the person or another, or any other felony that by its nature involves a substantial risk that physical force against that person or another may result, including the crimes of burglary and arson, whether or not a person has been placed at risk thereof or a violation of an order pursuant to section 1834B, blah, 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 blah. Or arrested and charged with a misdemeanor or felony involving abuse as defined in section 1 in said chapter, blah, 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 blah. While an order of protection issued, order said chapter was in effect against such person, and if an offense for which mandatory minimum term of 3 years more is prescribed. Arrest and charged with a violation of section 13B, charge of third, subsequent violation section. Okay. So basically all this is just the law that allows them to detain her pre-trial because she's considered dangerous. But how is she considered dangerous? Why can't she just be out? You know what I mean? Like, okay, like I think she should be with her baby, of course, but let's just say she's considered dangerous to the baby. You can't take that risk, right? Okay, fine. But why can't she be out? Like, she's not doing anything. She's not going anywhere. She's pretty much incapacitated. So, yeah, that's just fucking bizarre to me, dude. Yeah, this is the same thing. The Commonwealth may move based on dangerousness for an order of pretrial detention or release on conditions for a felony offense that has an element of the offense, the use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force against a person or another, or in any other felony that by its nature involves a substantial risk that physical force against. But there's not a substantial risk that physical force against another person may result. That's my problem with that. I think this judge, I feel like this judge is using that shit the way Chris Albert and Ken Mello were using chapter 28, 13A and 13B against Turtle Boy. To protect themselves from having to tell the truth. That's what I think is going on here. Because I mean, I get that law. I'm not going to say that this law is unconstitutional like that, like the other law that I just named. That law is clearly unconstitutional. This law, I'm not going to say is unconstitutional. It might be, but I'm not seeing it. But what I'm seeing here is this judge abusing that. Because yeah, I get if Kelsey Fitzsimmons was able-bodied, okay, all right, I probably wouldn't like it, but you know, but I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of my opinions in regards to this case so far are based on her injuries and the fact that she's suffering from those injuries right now. You know what I mean? That's a big part of this. It's a real big part of this. It can't be overlooked. You know, the fact that she is laying around with a punctured lung and was denied surgery that she needed, is a real concern, you know. And yes, I get all the, the PPD stuff and the not being around, being able to nurse her baby. That shit is awful. That shit's wrong. But that's a debatable opinion. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that I would debate it. I'm saying it's just a debatable opinion. As far as whether or not she should be out, right? Considering the facts of the case. But when you throw in the fact that she was shot, and then you throw in the fact that she got a punctured lung from it, and you throw in the fact that she's in chronic pain, I don't see her being a danger to anybody. You know what I mean? I feel like that negates the whole dangerousness aspect of that law being applied to the judge's decisions. I completely agree. Lily Line Media, this is a great way to put it. Better way of wording it than I ever could. Karen Reed was accused of killing her boyfriend drunk driving, and she didn't have to test for alcohol. Bail is not made to be a weapon. This judge is abusing her discretion. I agree. Like there seems to be something personal happening here. I don't know what it is. But it's a problem. And then there's this family court. Okay, so Justin Alayan, he's the plaintiff. Let's see what he does here, because this is going to piss me off. This is the next filing that comes up. Yeah, I know this is going to annoy me reading this. But this is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Trial Court Probate and Family Court Department. This is a family court filing. The plaintiff is the baby daddy, Justin, and the defendant is Kelsey. So he files this while she's laid up, incapacitated. Plaintiff's motion to attach real estate for the payment of child support. And this is what you guys were talking about. Now comes the plaintiff, Justin, and pursuant to blah blah blah, respectfully moves this honorable court to allow for the attachment of real estate in order to secure the payment of child support. With regard to the above captioned action against the defendant, KELSEY FITZSIMMONS, all references to parties herein shall mean the father and mother collectively. This is 9 pages. The parties were never married and have one child. The parties last lived together with the minor child on or about June 27th, 2025. Mother is the sole owner of the real estate located at 125, blah, 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 blah. Father currently resides with the minor child and his parents at his parents' home. Father is a U.S. Army veteran and is employed as an EMT firefighter with the North Andover Fire Department. Mother was formerly employed as a police officer at the North Andover Police. On or about June 30th, 2025, father sought and obtained an emergency abuse prevention order from the Essex County Probate and Family Court, granting father sole custody of the minor child and ordering mother to have no contact with father or the minor child. On or about July 1st, 2025, father filed a complaint for custody, support, parenting time, blah, 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 in the Essex Probate and Family Court. On or about July 3rd, 2025, mother was criminally charged with armed assault Wait, why does that say to murder? Armed assault to murder, assault with a dangerous weapon, and assault with a dangerous weapon. So, okay. Lawrence District Court, docket number, blah, blah, blah. An extension hearing on father's 209A abuse prevention order against mother, issued June 30th, 2025, was scheduled for July 14th, 2025. On or about July 11th, 2025, mother, through counsel, requested a continuance of the extension hearing, in which father agreed. A joint motion to continue was filed on July 11th, 2025, which was allowed. The court extended the 209A order and continued the extension hearing to August 1st, 2025. Sumo, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's weird, right? I'm surprised at that myself. Okay, that's not right. On or about August 1st, 2025, counsel for both parties and father appeared for the extension hearing. The court's calendar could not accommodate a full evidentiary hearing, and as such, the court extended the 209A order and continued the extension hearing to September 23rd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. at the Essex Probate and Family Court in Salem before the Honorable Mary Black. On or about August 7th, 2025, mother was arraigned on the 3 felony counts as listed previously. Commonwealth versus KELSEY FITZSIMMONS, Lawrence District, blah, blah, blah. On or about August 8th, 2025, father filed an amend complaint for custody support, parenting time, blah, 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 blah. On or about August 25th, 2025, mother was indicted on a charge for assault with a dangerous weapon in violation of blah, 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 blah. On or about August 28th, 2025, mother was released on bail to be set at personal recognizance. The conditions of mother's release were as follows: GPS in place, 24-hour house arrest except for medical, court, attorney visits with 48 hours notice to probation, reside with mother Lauren Page and stepdad William Page at their home, no weapons in home, and Corey checks on all people in home. Stay away, no contact with victim or with her child, no alcoholism or no alcohol with scram testing, sign any and all releases, and follow treatment plan by MGH. Okay. All right, I guess this is going to explain what my next question was going to be. On or about September 5th, 2025, mother was served with a summons and amended complaint for custody support parenting time. On or about September 10th, 2025, mother filed an emergency motion for immediate relief from scram order, Essex County, blah, blah, blah. On or about September 11th, 2025, Superior Court issued an order on mother's emergency motion, which provides the court's prior order of release is vacated and mother is ordered held without bail. Okay, the court's prior order of release is vacated. So on September 11th, so she went, just so I understand this better, that September 11th hearing, with the last time I went over the KELSEY FITZSIMMONS case and I started to educate myself on this, correct me if I'm wrong, but she was out on bail. She showed up to court. She passed the scram exam, but at that hearing, her bail was revoked and then she had to go to jail on September 11th, 2025. I'm confused. Okay. Wow. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, she didn't violate anything. So why was her bail revoked? Why was her bail revoked? So her bail was revoked for asking that she not have to take the scram exam anymore and she could piss into a cup or have blood drawn. But because they didn't bring those up as alternatives during the hearing, she revoked her bail and threw her in jail. Holy shit. What the fuck? So Justin's bullshit reads on to say, pursuant to blah, 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 the court may authorize the attachment of real estate when there is reasonable likelihood that the plaintiff will recover judgment in an amount equal to or greater than the amount of attachment, and such attachment is necessary to secure satisfaction of the judgment. So basically what he's using to file this and get this ordered is, oh, well, I'm probably going to win. So since I'm probably going to win anyway, why don't you go ahead and make sure that she gives me all the money from the sale of the house as child support, because I'm going to get custody of this kid. She's fucked. I'm going to win. I haven't even filed for permanent custody yet. But right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to file for her to pay me child support. I want the money from the house. Dude, this guy is a fucking shitbag. In determining the amount of child support obligation or in approving the agreement of the parties, the court shall apply the child support guidelines promulgated. Never heard that word before. By the Chief Justice of the trial court, and there shall be rebuttal presumption that the amount of the order which would result from the application of the guidelines is the appropriate amount of the child support to be ordered. The Massachusetts child support guidelines play a critical role in determining the amount of child support that is appropriate to keep the child as a whole as possible. Public policy dictates that children are supported by the financial resources of their parents, and the child support guidelines are periodically reviewed to ensure consistency with these principles. Yeah, there's just no way, dude. This is why this guy is acting fast. Like he's playing legal, he's just jumping through legal loopholes is what he's trying to do here. Because there's no way that in a custody fight where she is, let's say she's at fucking 75% health wise, 75 fucking percent. She could walk into a courtroom. She could sit there while her lawyer argues her case against him during a custody fight, right? That can totally happen, right? So, but if that happens, all her lawyer is going to say is, well, where is the evidence of this? Any of his allegations? These are wild allegations. There's no proof that she ever had a drinking problem whatsoever, or much less that any incident ever took place that showed that she had drinking issues and got out of control and showed that she was a danger to anybody. The only thing that happened was she was diagnosed with postpartum depression and they were going to take her baby away, and she acted in a suicidal manner, which she regrets, but she was diagnosed with postpartum depression. This is not an uncommon thing to occur. And she was shot. She suffered some wounds. She suffered a gunshot wound. She suffered a punctured lung. She suffered a damaged liver. She suffered, I mean, so there's all of these things, and she's laying up and she's trying to recover. And yet there's no proof that she ever, prior to this incident that took place, that she was ever a danger to her child. Yet this man went and filed a restraining order. I mean, this stinks of some diabolical plan for a father who is the underdog in a state where it's hard to separate a father, for a father to separate a child from their mother and get sole custody. These are the actions, the desperate and the drastic actions that would be necessary for a father to be able to pull this off. Like, it's clear that that's what this is. I mean, of course, a good trial lawyer, a good family lawyer would be able to argue that a lot better, but those would be the points, I'm sure, that's all they would have to make. And if this guy's the plaintiff trying to take the child away from the mother, he's the one who's going to have to provide proof. The ball's already in her court. I mean, well, the ball's in his court, but she has home team advantage. She has home field advantage, totally. As the mother in a blue state. This stinks of parental alienation from the father. It stinks of it. Yeah, this is crazy. So that's why he's moving so fast on all this shit. That's why he's using that legal loophole. Hey, if it looks like I'm going to win, then I can argue this. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it looks like I'm coming out on top in the future, I can fucking absolutely apply this law to argue this motion. That's why he's acting fast. Because you get him, he goes into a courtroom, he's fucked. If she gets him into a family courtroom for a straight up custody fight, he's not going to win. There's no fucking way. Good citizen member for 17 months. Wow, it's good to see you too. Who is representing the father in probate court? I'm not sure. Not sure. I'll find out when I get to the end of this. There is a compelling and urgent need for the attachment of the real estate located, blah, 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 standing in the name of KELSEY FITZSIMMONS' mother as she recorded with the Essex North Registry of Deeds, blah, blah, blah. As of June 30th, 2025, father had sole custody of Caden pursuant to the abuse prevention order. Mother is ordered to have no contact. Mother has been indicted in the Essex Superior Court on a serious felony charge and is presently held without bail. Father has filed complaint for custody support and parenting time pursuant, and as part of this action, father seeks the establishment and enforcement of child support obligations owed by mother for the benefit of the parties' 5-month-old minor child. Wow. And it's interesting because, like, now it's really coming into perspective why the last hearing that took place and her bail was denied, why it made so many people that I'm close to in this community mad. There's people that I've been following who have been covering this case, and who I consider friends in the community. And I remember them covering this when it happened and them being livid about it and being so angry about it. Melanie Little was very angry about it. Nurse Kim was very angry about it. Mazamini was very angry about it. So I remember this. And now it's really coming into perspective as to why they were so angry. Because right now, if you're in my place, following the case in not in real time, but in my timeline here, because I'm just here now reading this filing for the profits from the sale of the house to go to him for child support. This Justin douchebag. So that's where I'm at. I'm just at where her bail was just revoked and she just got thrown back in jail. That's where I'm at. So, but now where I'm at, it allows me to understand, knowing what's coming, that these people who have taken on this case and have been so passionate about it have gotten so mad. Like, I get it. I totally get it. Given the facts and circumstances herein, there is a reasonable likelihood that the father will obtain judgment granting him both legal and physical custody of the minor child. Holy shit. The severity of the mother's pending criminal matter on a serious felony charge, combined with the abuse prevention order prohibiting all contact with the minor child, demonstrates that she is presently unfit to exercise custody or parenting time. By contrast, father has been the child's sole custodian since June 30th, 2025, and has taken the necessary steps to secure a safe and secure custodial arrangement through his pending complaint. The totality of these factors strongly supports the conclusion that permanent custody will be awarded to father, thereby ensuring continuity of care and stability for the child. Despite mother's pending criminal charges, her duty and obligation to provide financial support for the minor child remains. At present, mother cannot work in any capacity. Further, upon information and belief, mother does not have substantial assets, but for the Phillips Brooks Road property. Attachment to this property is therefore essential to ensure the child's financial security and to safeguard the child's best interests. Mother acquired title to the Phillips Brooks Road property by quitclaim deed on or about June 27th, 2023, as recorded with the Essex County North Registry of Deeds, blah, blah, blah. Shortly thereafter, she obtained a mortgage from Cambridge Trust Company in the amount of $388,000. The Brooks Road property is a 1,287 square foot single family residence consisting of 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. On or about August 22nd, 2025, mother and her family listed the property for sale at a price of $599,000, so $600,000, as reflected on Redfin.com. The property constitutes the only, Jesus Christ, man, this guy fucking sucks, dude. The property constitutes the only known asset of mother with substantial value. Given mother's limited assets and minimal earning potential, it is highly unlikely that she will be able to satisfy her child support obligations through income alone. Can I just say, people, that it's his fucking fault that she got shot? Can I just fucking be the guy that says that? I don't give a fuck. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. I know he's not the one who shot her, but I'm saying it's his fucking fault that that situation even happened in the first place. So this asshole whose fault it is that she got shot in the fucking first place is now exploiting that she got shot, saying that she is incapable of working, saying that she has a charge against her now. Fuck this guy, dude. Fuck this Justin douchebag. I mean, this guy just totally, man, this is some shit that you see on fucking Yellowstone, dude. This is the kind of shit you see on a fucking soap opera, bro. Like Dynasty or some shit from the 80s, dude. Some diabolical fucking douchebag does some weaselly shit, and then it happens to fucking escalate into a situation that allows him that puts him in a position that he gets to exploit to hurt this woman even more than he initially planned to. Yeah, man, like a fucking Tubi movie couldn't write this shit, bro. This is insane. So it was that easy. Let me file this bullshit restraining order. And then when the restraining order gets executed, it causes an incident to where she gets shot. Would have been better for him if she would have gotten killed. Sorry, Justin. Fucking prick. But she gets shot and he gets to fucking milk that shit and exploit it and say, oh, well, because she's shot and because she's physically incapable of raising this child, she's physically incapable of working, she's selling the house to cover for her legal expenses because she doesn't have any fucking money. So I'm going to take the money that she gets from the house because I'm going to win custody over the child anyway. So fuck you, fuck her, fuck the kid, fuck the world but me. I get mine. Thank you, not that Dina. Yeah, I am in proper outrage. This guy sucks, dude. This guy sucks, dude. Dude, I hope this guy's... Dude, I hope that fucking... whoever this fucking girl is that he's dating right now fucking gives him a fucking green rash that's never been seen before, dude. Like next level fucking alien blue waffle shit. And fucking and they just pass it back and forth to each other and have to live with it all the time. I hope that that's what happens to this guy and his girl, dude. I hope that's what fucking totally what happens. The grossest fucking nastiest fucking blue waffle looking shit and something that fucking emits a fucking stench, dude. Something that just emits a stench. Wherever they go, people are gonna go, God damn, dude, I don't even know what the fuck that is, dude. Why do you smell like that? Like, I didn't think there was a smell worse than shit, but whatever the fuck you two are carrying around reeks. Don't Google blue waffle, by the way. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't Google blue waffle. Whatever you do, don't do it. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I hope just the smell that the fucking gross VD that they keep passing back and forth to each other just makes them fucking unapproachable, bro. That's what I want. Like that's what I want. That's what I want, dude. Like I don't see why that's an unrealistic or an unreasonable anyway, an unreasonable hope request, bro. Please give these two people the grossest, most disgusting venereal disease rash that's ever been, and just smells where nobody wants to approach them. Amen. Bro, they deserve it, dude. They deserve the worst. Tracy Cooley, thank you. And his family works with addicts. That's why they went with alcohol abuse. They knew it was the easiest way for immediate action by the court. Wow. Douchebag. Douchebag. I missed one. All right, hold on, man. Calm down. You got to yell at me. Jen Fox, thank you so much. Keep reading angry. You will be pissed. Oh my God, dude. This property continues the only known asset, the mother with substantial value. Given mother's limited assets and minimal earning potential, it is highly unlikely that she will be able to satisfy her child support obligations through income alone. Okay, so in other words, in short, she has nothing, so I want to take all she has. All she's got is this house, and I want to take that. Fuck her. I just want to take all she's got. Significantly, her law enforcement certification was suspended on July 14th, 2025. She also has been indicted in Essex Superior Court on one count of assault with a dangerous weapon in violation of blah, 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 blah. These factors further diminish her future earning capacity. Based on the $600,000 initial listing price and the $388,000 original mortgage, mother's equity in the Phillips Brooks Road property is estimated to be at least $211,999. By contrast, her projected child support obligation, even at the lowest possible attribution of income, full-time employment and minimum wage, $15 an hour, would amount to roughly $31,200 annually for the parties' 5-month-old child over the next 17 years. This obligation at minimum is expected to total approximately $530,400. So what I'm saying is, so basically, I'm dickhead Justin, and what I'm saying here is, even if she got a fucking minimum wage job at fucking McDonald's, okay, she could barely cover the child support that she's going to have to fucking pay me. Mammy Jammy, thank you so much. He got trashed weekend getaway. She left, went home with baby. When he got home, he convinced her to meet him at the park. He never showed and got the order while she waited for his buddies were watching her. While she waited, his buddies were watching her. Wow, okay. Okay, so she left the weekend getaway. Thank you so much, Mammy Jammy. She left. She left the weekend getaway. He's there at the weekend getaway by himself. He's a firefighter. He's young. He's got a new girlfriend. This was planned. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that he planned on her getting shot. I mean, that's a hell of an accusation, but this was absolutely planned. 100%. This dude had a girlfriend already, and he was like, I'm going to take my kid, and then me and you are going to live happily ever after. Fuck my girlfriend. Huh. Grant's rope belt. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Holy cow, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is, I mean, it couldn't be more clear. Couldn't be more clear. Like, this dude he has an agenda. He has a very, very clear agenda and had an agenda. Weekend getaway. Tells her to meet her at the park. Doesn't show up. Nails her with a restraining order with a bunch of crazy accusations. After she leaves him at a weekend getaway with who knows who. Jesus. Because mother's equity in the property falls far short of covering this long-term obligation, it is essential that father secure an attachment on the full equity in order to protect the child's right to financial support. Accordingly, father respectfully requests that this court authorize an attachment in the amount of $211,999, or in the total net proceeds from the sale against the Phillips Brooks Roads property. Without securing the proceeds of this real estate, there is a significant risk that the mother will be unable to contribute any meaningful way to the support of the party's child. Attachment to this Phillips Brooks Road property is therefore essential to preserve the only realistic source of funds available to ensure that the child's right to adequate financial support is protected. The court has consistently recognized that the paramount interest in child support proceedings is the best interest and welfare of the child. Here, absent attachment, there exists a real danger that the sole asset available for the child's benefit will be dissipated or placed beyond the reach of the court. The court to avoid such an inequitable result and to secure the child's right to ongoing support, the child's right. The court must authorize attachment of the Phillips Brooks Road property in an amount sufficient to cover mother's anticipated future support obligations. The motion is further supported by such arguments made advanced to counsel in the time of hearing. Wherefore, father respectfully requests that the attached proposed order be entered as an order of this court, along with the further orders as the court deems meet and just. Okay, so Peter, I can't read that because the signature is covering it. Peter Kajke, I can't tell. The signature is covering the name, so I can't see. And Christy Candela, Esquire. Those are his lawyers. This is fucking crazy. All right. So we're approaching, let's see, we're at 2 hours. Oh shit. Hold on, Cherry. My Discord is reloading. All right, that's not working. Hold on. I think it's working now. Okay, here we go. Okay. So this video is by our good friends, Justice Serve TV. I guess people in the chat are telling me to go over this. Stop what you're doing right now and go give this video a like. And make sure to subscribe to Justice Surf TV. Linda and Michael are the truth, and I love them very much. And I will give you a moment to do so. All right. Not that Dina. Thank you so much. Kelsey watches these streams. Just FYI, she has an iPad. Word. What's up, Kelsey? Mammy Jammy. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Logic. Love it. And guys, yeah, man, help out Kelsey. The link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to help her out. I'd rather you give her your money than me, because she obviously needs help. This is fucking crazy. That's what this bullshit is. All right.
Or correctional officer. Okay, so I looked into the police department and Fitzsimmons' interaction with them. Have you heard of Chief Charles Gray?
No.
He's the chief. He runs the police department there. Two
Does he have
lawsuits.
an email? Does he have an email?
Yeah, well, I'm sure he does.
Please, if he has an email,
Missy,
let's
look
see,
that
find
up.
it. Look his email up. Hi, Cat Not Williams. You're another creator. You've got a real loud voice. You have many more people and subscribers than us. We need to band it better. We need to really, we need to have some power here with all our streaming channels to get behind this now and let these judges know that, hey, you want to mess with everyone around there. The public is your boss. The public are the ones that can take you down, not you taking us down. This is why we have a movement out there, by the way, and I'm a Democrat. This is why people want to burn everything down. This is why we have a MAGA movement out there. And remember, this is
all right. That changes everything, Linda. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding.
coming from a Democrat, because we're seeing how ineffectual we are against the court system, and it's an outrage. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Michael.
Yeah, I know. Where was I going? Oh, so I looked into the interaction between these cops, and I'll tell you the breakdown. In fact, we'll see it in this document we're going to share. Let's just say there aren't a lot of women.
See, Sherry hates you too, Linda. See?
Okay. And that has led to a couple of lawsuits against Police Chief Charles Gray. He became the chief in 2016, but he was there as a lieutenant. He's come up through the ranks, as it were. So we'll look at in detail this one lawsuit, not the Kelsey Fitzsimmons lawsuit. And when we get to the end, bear with me here, when we get to the end of this story, you'll start to wonder how some of the things happened as they did, how the timing rolled out as it did in terms of Kelsey Fitzsimmons being stripped of her badge and gun, and then being given back her badge and gun just days before she was shot, and just days before she was going to go back to work. Some things were happening that were very interesting and perhaps shed some light on the motive for what's going on.
Now, the thing is I understand her being taken off of duty due to PPD. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I don't know the circumstances in which the department psychiatrist or psychologist determined this. You know what I mean? I who knows what was said in whatever sessions. Who knows what was said? Maybe she said that she had thoughts of suicide. Maybe she, who knows? And maybe that's it was a sound decision to just take her off duty for a little while and then just wait till she's cleared for duty. And then she was cleared for duty. She was fine. And then asshole Justin slaps her with this bullshit restraining order.
Not just at the local court level, but at the Supreme Judicial Court level. This is Catherine Gerke. She's the plaintiff in a case against Charles Gray. Okay. Basically, she is a cop, had been there for a number of years. And I'm going to get to the highlighted points here. Basically,
no, you take your time, because all I'm thinking of already is Missy, call Miss Gerke and her attorney.
I'll get Gerke. During much of her 17 years working for, she's a 50-year-old woman. During her 17 years working for the North Andover Police Department, she'd been subjected to a pattern and practice of sexual harassment, retaliation, and gender discrimination, which has been primarily perpetrated by members of the town and police department, including, but not limited to, defendant Chief Gray. So she comes into the department when he's only a lieutenant, way back then.
Wait, what?
The breakdown then, look at paragraph 6 here. The ratio of male officers to female, 40-3 in the North Andover Police Department. Okay. So, and now that would be one less. This was filed in, ironically, the 11th, which was what, 4 days ago, would have been the 3-year anniversary of this being filed. So there's a bit of a history going on here, even before the more recent lawsuit was filed. So what did that pattern of discrimination look like? Paragraph 15, during her tenure as SRO, we know that's a school resource officer, right? She was originally sent to the school resource officer role. And she starts observing, she starts seeing things that she thinks can be done better. Plaintiff complained to then Lieutenant Gray, now Chief Gray, that the department should bifurcate these positions and assign a separate officer responsible for the firearms officer and the court officer positions so that the SRO can focus on the significant issues surrounding the schools and the students. Just her observation from being there, just a recommendation based on that. Plaintiff's recommendation to Defendant Gray was not well received. Defendant Gray refused to acknowledge plaintiff's request, and as a result, plaintiff resigned from the SRO position. Now, she's still in the police department, but she resigned from that role. Immediately after plaintiff's resignation, then Chief Gallagher, the one who predated Chief Gray, and Defendant Gray instituted a separate position for firearms officer and court officer so that the new SRO was no longer responsible. Hey, what a great idea. It's an amazing idea that he came up with just off the top of his head. Plaintiff was subsequently never promoted to detective and avers that the failure to promote her to detective was retaliatory and done as a consequence of expressing her dissatisfaction with defendant's decision making. I'm sure she went off when she heard them implement the idea she told them about and was pooped on when she provided that recommendation. February 2018, the female animal office control officer, Marie P., was forced to resign by the department. Unclear as to why that happened. Shortly after her departure, a male officer placed a label on the paper shredding machine located in the dispatch area with the name Marie on it. That's the female animal control officer. This was done with the intention of comparing the female officer to trash. This discriminatory act was condoned and tacitly approved by the defendant, Chief Gray. As recently as May of 2022, that would have been about 6 months before this was filed, Sergeant Michael Davis and other male staff members still refer to the paper shredder as Marie. Are you starting to get a sense of the male?
Yeah, we're getting a sense, right? We've had a little number of these cases.
That shit's gross,
we're getting a
dude.
sense. Let's keep going. Let's listen more about this department.
Specifically, plaintiff informed the HR director that an officer had stabbed.
That shit is gross, dude. Like, are you kidding me with that bullshit? Like, you're gonna label the paper shredder the name of like the first name of her too, like no respect. Oh my god. And all what just because she's female? I mean, what? I understand a little bit of like fucking around and hazing a little bit around the workplace. I mean, especially in like a police department, I get that shit, you know, but like if they're just targeting women because they're women, that's really fucked up.
Two large tables directly in front of the basement elevator, barricading any individual from exiting the elevator. The prank was condoned by Chief Gray and ultimately led to another officer exiting the elevator and twisting his knee. as he ran into the tables. Well, at least the prank was apparently
what?
equal opportunity. The directly plaintiff informed
Sense. Let's keep
Yes.
going. Let's listen more about this department.
Specifically, plaintiff informed the HR director that an officer had stacked 2 large tables directly in front of the basement elevator, barricading any individual from exiting the elevator. The prank was condoned by Chief Gray and ultimately led to another officer exiting the elevator and twisting his knee as he ran in.
How is that a fucking prank, dude? That's not a prank. That's fucking sabotage. Like, that's crazy. What are you doing? What the fuck are these people doing?
To the tables. Well, at least the prank was apparently equal opportunity. Men and women could get in trouble from that. Sergeant Gerke raised her concern, she's the plaintiff, to the HR department that the chief was also performing pranks within the department that were unprofessional. These pranks include, but are not limited to, on multiple occasions, adding salt into officers' coffee and moving officers' personal vehicles from the parking lot to remote locations. Are we in grade school?
I was just going to say, Michael, what is he, fucking 10? Are you kidding? Like, I would lecture my kid at 10 years old for that shit. Like, I would lecture him over that. You know what I mean? Because I'd be like, I get it. I get a good little prank. I get that. I get, all right. But, dude, like, it's really shitty to fuck with somebody's food, man. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be more creative than that. You can't just, like, you're gonna put salt in someone's, like, what is that shit? Like, what do you get out of that? Them going, oh, like, look, watch. You're the chief of police, bro. Like, yo, that's totally like that doctor that just watched that movie, The 10. That doctor who's like, he's like, oh, like, as you can see, he's showing the x-ray to the husband. He's like, I'd say a large part of her pain is coming from the pair of surgical scissors that are there in her abdominal area there. Wait a second. You left a pair of scissors in my wife? You accidentally left a pair of scissors in my wife when you were performing surgery? No. What? No, I did it as a goof, guy. It was a goof. I did it as a goof. See, you don't know my sense of humor too well. People that know me, I'm the chief of police. People who know me, they know that I like a good goof. You know what I mean? Yeah. He twisted his knee. Ooh. Like, are you kidding with this shit, dude? Are you fucking kidding? You're the chief of police and you're sitting here and you're goofing on people, bro. At work. You're pouring salt in people's coffee. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I would hate working there. Dude. Like, I get a prank. But it's like a harmless fucking prank. Like, I remember I was working at this gym and I worked like the closing shift, right? And there were these morning people who would leave, like, they would leave notes on things. They would take notes and leave them taped on, like, the remote controls and shit like that. And telling me what I need to be doing, which is like the most patronizing shit in the world. And it was annoying. It was annoying as fuck. Everywhere I go, there's a fucking note telling me to do what I already fucking do. You know what I mean? Like, that shit was annoying as fuck. And so I decided, fuck this. You know what I'm going to do? And then I printed out, like, I don't know, like 50 copies of this one thing that said, please stop leaving notes all over everything. And I taped each one of those things all over the phone receivers, the computer monitors, fucking cooler, everywhere everywhere so that the person who comes in on the morning shift who like to leave notes everywhere was going to have to remove these things from everything that they had to fucking do, because the way I saw it was I was putting up with months of this shit. So I was like, I'm just going to let them deal with what I've been dealing with for months in one morning. So they're going to have to fucking remove the tape, and it's just masking tape. It's nothing. It comes right off. It's just an annoying little fucking effort that you have to do. Fuck, monitor, crumble it up and throw it in the garbage. Not a big deal, right? Totally harmless prank. I'm not fucking with your food. You know what I'm saying? I'm not drunk. I'm not dumping shit in your drink, dude. Like, to me, it was a justified and harmless prank. That is a harmless prank. And it was justified because it was done to me in a fucking patronizing, shitty manner. So, like, but this was a gym, dude. You know what I'm saying? This wasn't a fucking police station where I'm the chief of fucking police. Right. Like The Office. I mean, is there ever been a better prank than putting Dwight's stapler in Jell-O? And I know that was originally done in the British version, but has there ever been a better prank than putting the dude's stapler in Jell-O? That's fucking hilarious. That is just fucking hilarious. And a guy like Dwight deserves it.
Plaintiff stated these pranks were causing other officers to model their behavior after that of Chief Gray. Despite her legitimate concerns, no remedial action was taken by the town of North Andover to address the ongoing behavior. So it sounds like a frat house, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In April 2019, plaintiff objected to and raised concerns to Chief Gray and Administrative Director Jonathan Bonanno regarding the condition of the police department's women's locker room.
Hell yeah, Calypso.
Plaintiff personally emailed Chief Gray and Mr. Bonanno photographs taken of the women's locker room. Incredibly, these photographs depicted significant areas of existing mold and actual mushrooms that were growing in various areas of the women's locker room. No similar condition of mold or mushrooms were present in the men's locker room. Plaintiff alleges that her continued complaints about unprofessional conduct, disparate treatment, the condition and the disparity between the men's and women's locker rooms resulted in being branded as a troublemaker by her supervisors within the department, including
That's what
Chief
always
Gray.
happens when you complain. That's what happens to whistleblowers.
Yeah,
And the New Jersey Supreme Court in the 1990s recognized this in a case called Toys R Us. They said the whistleblowers, once they whistleblower, are in a worse situation because then they're branded as a snitch, as a whistleblower. And it's even harder for them to become part of the work employment community.
Right. Yeah, especially in a police department. Like, word's not going to spread to another department about somebody being a fucking grass.
All right, this has been known for years.
Yep, and it feeds on itself that way, and then the reputation gets out there that if you're a woman, you do not want to go to the North Andover Police Department.
Right.
Let's see. Specifically, plaintiff raised several concerns and objections that women within the department were afforded fewer opportunities for training and appointments to specialty roles. You're going to see a very good example of that coming up. The plaintiff pointed to the ratio of male officers to females and alleged that within the department, women officers were treated as inferior to and or less than her male counterparts.
Wow.
Plaintiff reported and objected to the fact that the department did not have a critical incident stress management policy, which was placing North Andover's officers' safety and mental health at risk. Again, we have the plaintiff, the sergeant, with a suggestion about how to make the operation better. During the interview, the plaintiff also identified several critical incidents where North Andover officers were not properly supported and provided necessary counseling. And I'm thinking specifically about the incident when Officer Noonan and Officer FITZSIMMONs went to the murder-suicide of that young mother, right? You think you need some counseling after something like that? Would you think? No. Plaintiff stated that Chief Gray had previously questioned plaintiff on multiple occasions reading plaintiff's decision making to send prisoners to hospitals to receive medical care, basically concerned that the prisoners might actually need medical attention. Plaintiff stated that Chief Gray routinely questioned plaintiff's decisions to send prisoners to hospital because they were junkies. In February of 2021, another North Andover female animal control officer resigned as a result of the desperate treatment she was experiencing, including disparate treatment.
Cherry and I have a very, very classy relationship, okay? Just so you guys understand. It's a very non-toxic. It's very soothing. It's very productive. She yells at me, I yell back. That's all.
He's desperate too.
Right, desperate too.
Imagine how bad it has to be that your animal control officers, 2 of them, have to resign their position.
I mean, that's always a punchline to a joke. You know, it couldn't get hired as a dog catcher, but it's not easy work. I'm getting the feeling they got zero support. The disparate treatment she was experiencing, including but not limited to being compensated less than her male counterparts. In September of 2021, again, that's about a year before this was filed, a female communications officer resigned due to ongoing disparate treatment. In the original contract, now we get to the very mean and deep-seated issue here. Remember, when she came to the department, she had years of experience in some other civil job, and she got credit for that, right? So in terms of pay, they gave her, I think it was second from the top level pay, because she had 7 years elsewhere before she came. So that's a critical thing for those transitioning between different civil service sectors, right? So in the original contract negotiation documentation, there was no mention of the term years of service solely with the town of North Andover. Rather, it was the total years of civil service employed as a police officer. So you can see where they're going here. They're trying to limit the credit you get for years of service. Why? Because it affects your pay. Watch this. Subsequently,
and your pension.
What?
On March, that's true, because you're only going to live so long, you're only going to work so long. Subsequently, on March 24, 2022, the town of North Andover stated that they had revised the particular terms of the collective bargaining agreement so that only years of service with the town of North Andover were to be credited, and not previous years with civil service. The plaintiff was the only North Andover superior officer who had prior years of service with the town of Hingham, my friends from Hingham, and who would be adversely affected by this change in language. So it just looks like they're targeting her, as she's the only one to be affected. The plaintiff avers that her exclusion from this employment benefit was retaliatory, discriminatory, and purposefully done to financially exclude plaintiff from this benefit as a result of her ongoing complaints and objections regarding Chief Gray and the operations of the police department. Now, I'm a little confused because in 74, she says...
So, I love that shit. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. So, she's like, I don't want to... why do I have to work under these conditions? And I know she's not the only one who feels that way. But because she's a woman... it's real easy to go, oh my God, she's being such a woman about this. I mean, who can't take a fucking prank, blah, blah, blah. But you know what, man? Like, okay, well, like if there's a certain group of you who are cool with that shit and into it, then fucking prank each other all goddamn day. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a shit if you guys spit in each other's sandwiches and shit. I don't care. You know what I mean? But why the fuck do I got to deal with it? Why do I got to come to work? If I want to come to work and mind my own fucking business and just keep my fucking head down and do my job, then why the fuck do I got to worry about salt being in my coffee from the goddamn chief? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that shit? And then when she like goes and finally says, hey, I'm done with this shit, I don't want to fucking deal with it, then everybody's going to be like, oh, look, of course it's a woman who can't take a joke, can't handle it. And then now she's being shit all over. And then the chief is like, well, the lady can't take a joke. Of course, the lady can't take a joke. So I'm going to fuck with her pay. You can't handle a joke like the rest of us men? Well, then you don't deserve to get paid like the rest of us men. Well, you know that guy's got Higgy game when it comes to women. You know Chief Gray has a Higgy game when it comes to women. You know he does. Guaranteed. Never even seen the guy. Never seen the guy talk. Never heard the guy talk. Nothing. Everything I'm hearing about him here is a guy who has no fucking idea how to read a lady's vibes and probably has not gotten laid since he crawled out from under a chicken's ass.
Paragraph 74. At the same time, a similarly situated male patrol officer, but I thought she was the only one affected. Okay. A similarly situated male patrol officer with prior years of civil service identical to the plaintiff was approved by defendants to have his previous years of civil service time credited for purposes of computing his salary and other employment benefits. So they created the rule, then let a guy have an exception from the rule so that he wouldn't be punished by the new rule. Did they do that for her? No, they did not do that. Plaintiff alleges that the actions by Chief Gray and other employees of the defendant town of North Andover, as fully identified above, are and were designed and intended to discriminate and retaliate against her based on her gender, as one of only 3 sworn female members of the North.
Cherry, in the United States, we spell Uber correctly. Okay? Uber with a B, not a V. Thank you. She's a limey, folks. Don't hold it against her.
Andover Police Department. Chief Gray has made previous comments to plaintiff regarding female officers who filed complaints. Well, what does that tell you right there? There's a history of female officers filing complaints, and his belief that they are, quote, setting themselves up for a payday, end quote. Defendant Gray's comments were implying that the reason females file complaints is to be compensated from a lawsuit. This guy sounds like a peach. What a dick. So this is one of the lawsuits filed, and it's got what a complaints is to be compensated from a lawsuit. This guy sounds like a peach. What a dick. So this is one of the lawsuits filed, and it's got whistleblowing on it. And it's got,
God, I love
civil rights violations. It's got intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress.
Who's the attorney? Let's go to the attorney. I want to see the attorney.
This is I was hoping it would say Tim Bradle, but
and I want to go.
It's Tim. It's Timothy Burke.
Timothy Burke. He's in Needham, Massachusetts. Missy, you see that? Screenshot that, or Michael has it, obviously. And our plaintiff's name again. Let's give her credit for filing. It's just the having done a lot of sexual harassment.
Catherine Gerke.
What a dick.
Let's find Miss Gerke. Let's call her attorney. Let's see whether they or she or he will come on the air with us. Now, they may have settled this case. Maybe they're in the process of settling this case.
Maybe now.
Maybe now and all. And then you've had other. This is others that you have too. We see that there's others in there, right?
And the reason I'm highlighting this one is because
Apocalypse DOA. Okay, Will Glairer, this is on behalf of Apocalypse DOA, who is tickling your algorithm. Well, thank you. I don't know what Apocalypse DOA is, but thank you, Apocalypse DOA and TB's fist pump of freedom.
Because it was available. Others have not been available because they've been resolved. So guess who else filed a suit?
Well, before you go on that, Missy, with when you call the attorney, attorney Tim too, you can ask him, because in discovery he will have all those other lawsuits. Perhaps we can get them, because many of the lawsuits previously required non-disclosure agreements, but really, quite frankly, it's illegal to have a non-disclosure agreement when you're paying money out to somebody in a public policy situation when you're a government. And now it's illegal actually to have it in most situations unless the plaintiff specifically asks for it, at least certainly in our state, and certainly the feds have required that. So let's see.
Lisa
where we
Davey with an observation. Lisa Davey 5282. As a chief, he sounds like an ass clown. Okay. All right. I can't disagree.
So
Cannot
you were about
disagree.
to say something.
So I was about to say that one other person who filed a similar lawsuit was Kelsey FITZSIMMONS. And you'll never guess what happened to that lawsuit.
It's been settled for her to get her job back.
Exactly. It was settled within days of her getting her gun and her badge and her day on the schedule. Remember, she was going back to work July 4th.
Right.
And in the interim, on June 30th, this horrible incident took place. So,
And that probably it may have a different attorney, may have a civil attorney, and they may not be willing to talk about it because now it could affect this case. Right?
that is true. That is true. So it just gives you a sense of maybe, well, not just the history of that department, but man, anybody going in there, you got to be prepared. This is what it's like. But also the motivation for everything that's taking place in this case to shut her up, right? You know, we'll settle this, put her back on the job, just shut the hell up.
All right. Justice Serve TV, y'all. All right. So yeah, I figure I'll hang out a little while with you guys if you want. But we're gonna switch gears from Kelsey FITZSIMMONS. I think I'm as caught up today as I want to be caught up. We'll do some more tomorrow. But yeah, we went over a lot. That Justin dude, it's man, let's talk about Diane G, thank you so much. We have turtles to free, big ups to chat rats, little gang, or whatever. Yes. Yeah, big shout out to Rat House Media. So 1 second. Yeah, so real quick, let me I have I got a Venmo from Donna, $20. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you so much, Donna. I appreciate that. That's very interesting because now we're learning a little bit more about the Andover Police Department thanks to Michael Bryant and Linda Kenny Bodden. Brilliant folks. And their channel is called Justice Surf TV, and they have been fantastic and from the beginning very supportive of the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy community from the very beginning. So I think they're fantastic. Diane Gavin, thank you so much. Thanks for a great show, Will. You and Cherry are the shit. Always appreciate being part of your chat. Always appreciate having you, Diane. Thank you so much. I am going to hang out for a little bit, folks. I think we're just going to chill, though. we're just gonna hang back and just kind of we're gonna go over some body cam videos unrelated for a little while. Then I'm gonna open up the phone lines and then we'll call it a night. I'm just gonna take advantage because I know there's no Turtle Boy tonight. So might as well hang out with you guys a little bit and because I know a lot of you guys were probably looking forward to that and expecting that, but that'll happen tomorrow. But in the meantime, just to if you guys were counting on something like that and it's not happening, maybe I could just entertain you guys for at least a little while. Oh wow, Miss Parker's back. Cool. This is always amazing to me. But no, I'm not going to go over that. What? Okay. Wow, this is crazy. Okay. Let's see what this is.
Over his wife's not responding to a text.
Hello.
Oh, I was just, I'm their neighbor, and they called me. They're like, can you go see if she'll answer the
Oh yeah, he sent us as well. So
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know.
just next door. Okay.
All right, well, you got this.
All righty, man. Appreciate it.
The officer finds a neighbor at the door who investigators would later learn was called by the same man to check on his spouse.
And
151.
Donna sent another Venmo saying thank you for checking your Venmo. Sent another $20. Thank you, Donna.
Send medical and 110. I need a 4th Sentry. I got a female down in the garage.
You heard that right. The officer spots a woman unresponsive on the ground in the garage and takes action. Once inside, investigators find the caller's wife, Christelle Krug, beaten and stabbed to death.
Oh my God.
Next, we catch up with that concerned husband as he arrives at the scene. Police identify the man seen here as 44-year-old Daniel Krug, the victim's spouse of over 20 years.
I mean, you kind of can tell where this is going.
Let's let's rewind about a month earlier when the
I
victim
mean, you're laying it on a little thick there, guy.
alerted authorities about an alleged longtime stalker who she says recently cranked up the heat.
All right. When did he pop back up?
So first text message was back in October.
Okay.
Just threats.
And just out of nowhere? Just
Yes.
Just
He
pop
does
back.
this. He does
Okay.
this, and he's been doing it for over 20 years.
okay. So this is
This is the first time it's this violent, and
Okay.
aggressive. Normally it's hey, how's it going?
okay.
Nope. So the last contact was, I'm guessing, more than 5 years ago, just because it was last. I had a Facebook account at the time, and I don't have that, and haven't had it since pre-pandemic. So
Okay.
easily, like, wonder how many years before that. Yeah, no, completely out of the blue, and not engaging at all. So there's absolutely no response from me,
Okay.
and he's still going. The in-person stuff that's scaring the crap out of me, and why I logged this, was starting since last Tuesday, and it's been almost every day since.
Okay.
I've gotten a few days break. In this
And it's always been text message, or has it been
and emails.
email? Okay.
And he's changing his phone number every single time he text messages me too.
Christelle explains that an ex-boyfriend from over 2 decades ago, who she says has periodically contacted her over the years, suddenly popped up again. But this time, things were different. The soon-to-be victim describes explicit text messages and emails that grew to be threatening in nature, alongside inappropriate pictures too graphic to show. Next, investigators invite the couple to the police station to get more details on the alleged stalking after they said a cryptic photo of Daniel heading to work was sent to Christelle's email.
So anyway, that made me go, is this his number? Where is he right now? What kind of car is he? Like this was alarming. He's never said this kind of stuff to me before, so whatever. And the fact that it went so emotional is like something's really wrong here. Then things go dark.
Okay, so off subject a little bit. How fucked up is it that Andrea Burkhart's X account got hacked and she can't get access to it, and she has contacted X about it, and X won't help her? Like they just locked her out of her fucking account. Somebody just took it over. Somebody just took her account, and X won't do anything about it. Like Elon won't do shit about it. Yeah, it's insane. Like, it's been going on for a while. You guys didn't know about this? Yeah, and they locked her out of it. She can't access it. Like, it's super fucked up. I don't even want to watch this one. Hold on. Let's find something a little more lighthearted. So yeah, I'm blown away by that. I mean, my shit, it's like, okay, technically I broke the rules and somebody reported me. People do 100 times worse than I do on there every day. They just don't get reported. And then somebody reported me, and then I got my ex suspended permanently. So, that is what it is. Technically I broke the rules. I keep filing appeals. People were talking about starting a petition. If you guys want me back on Twitter, on X, start that petition. And then if you get enough signatures on it, I'll share the link to the said petition with the appeal. And maybe that'll work. Who knows? But I'm really not that worried about it. But I'd like to be back on X, if I'm being honest. But I'm not that worried about it. I've been fine. I've survived fine without it. But people were talking about starting a petition to get me back on. So if that can happen, I'll share a link to said petition in my next appeal. God, man, I don't even want to like what's flooding my shit is very political right now, and I don't even want to get into that. I've bled enough subs already. uh, oh my God. Oh shit. All right, check this out. Go give this video a like because this looks pretty interesting.
Where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode will be somewhat different from our normal format and is a collaboration with our second channel, Audit the Court. Today, we will be uncovering both body cam footage from a police encounter here on ATA and the subsequent trial resulting from that encounter on Audit the Court. It is extremely rare to acquire footage.
No. Hold on. Let me correct this shit real quick. It's not that I have a problem discussing religion, politics, or anything like that here. I am firmly of the opinion that we're all adults and we should be able to discuss whatever the fuck we want, and we should be able to do so. I mean, how am I supposed to advocate for free speech if I don't let you guys discuss and express your opinions on everyday things that are important in the world? You know, you should be allowed to do that, and you should be allowed to have a civil discourse with people in the chat about it. So I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. I don't give a fuck if you're left or right. I don't care. I don't give a fuck if you're Christian, satanic, Jewish, Muslim, whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit what your religion is. I consider myself to be a man of all faiths, and so any beliefs that you have are welcome here. Just you know, if you trash anybody else's beliefs in here and they call you out on it, that's on you. You're fucked. You know, if the chat piles up on you for being a dick, then that's on you. But we should be able to have a civil conversation on whatever subjects. We're adults here, and there's no reason why we can't. This whole no discussion of politics in my chat. I don't subscribe to that bullshit. Hold on a second. Sorry, I'm getting stuff coming into me here. I mean, no, it's not best to keep political shit to yourselves. I mean, if you personally choose that's the way you want to go, then that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like I will discuss some of my political views openly. I don't mind doing so. But you know, most of the time, 90% of the time, 99% of the time, if you ask me who I voted for, I'll tell you none of your fucking business. You know what I mean? But I don't mind sharing like what my opinions are in certain issues, you know, whether they be social or economic or whatever. I don't mind sharing my views on those things. You know, I will respect what your views are. You know, I mean, I may not agree with them, but I'll respect that you feel that way. That's not going to make me feel any less about you as a person. Okay, let me try this real quick. I just want to check something out real quick. I got I'm going to read something out loud that might be against my better judgment to do so. But the thing is I find myself to be somebody who takes pride in being loyal. Oh, you could totally see that. You just have to get a membership, Safari, but that's not what we're here to do. And this kind of ventures into that, but I'm going to read this out loud because I want it very public that I appreciate this. Because I really do. This person posted something here, and it may not have even been directed in that sense, but somebody was trying to leave some sort of thing here saying, a gentle reminder to anyone whose primary income is the revenue of their platform. If your friend, and is in quotes, is actively doing things that cause people to question the credibility of your brand, your reputation, or your character, you need to ask yourself if that's really your friend. Real friends don't hurt your reputation or destroy your ability to generate a living and an income. Short-term engagements do not equal long-term sustainability. Now, what that comes off as, and it could be wrong, it could be misread, but the way that comes off as, it's coming off very much like when someone appeared on Aiden's channel and spoke, because he sounds like he's saying pretty much the same things that was said about me on that channel. But let me read Aiden's response to this. Aiden writes, appreciate your amazing and vocal support. And not sure who this is directed at, but I'm guessing based on context clues, it's me and my friend Will. If not, I apologize ahead of time and I will gladly remove this. He has been there for me through some very hard times and has supported my cause unconditionally. I don't care if he offends people or even does things I wouldn't do. I will stand by him, especially when he's being wrongly accused of something he never did by bad faith actors and has been unfairly maligned and fed to the mob by someone he unconditionally supported. I don't care if that costs me money, clout, subscriptions, etc. I stand by people who stand by me, and I don't care what the social or financial consequences for that are. Now, that shit is loyalty that you can't fucking buy. And I could not have worded that better, because that's exactly how I feel. That exactly describes why I support Aiden as much as I do. And then some, because Aiden's also going through something that nobody else can even begin to relate to. Aiden is facing 105 years in jail for doing his job, asking questions, and holding people accountable who need to be held accountable. Forget me not. Thank you so much. I saw you at the Wilbur and realized how awful your knee was. I must have missed what happened, but would you mind sharing again? I'd rather not. Because I just wish I had a cool story for that. But yeah. I guess I'll go over it again in a minute. But thank you for getting me on. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, and then this just south of history person, and I don't know this person. They seem okay. No need to remove anything. You're a loyal person. That's an incredible character trait. And then he went on to say, is this about Matt Walsh blog? And I don't know who Matt Walsh blog is. So, but the thing is it doesn't matter if that person was talking about me or not. It was just really fucking dope of Aiden to just step up and say something like that on my behalf. He doesn't have to. And the detail that he went into saying, I don't give a fuck what it cost me. And that's exactly how I feel about it. We're here to get shit done. Okay. And in the process, I met people who when you get involved in, and I promise this is not drama. I promise it's not. This is just my opinions on an overall situation here. And not that situation. But when you get involved in something, like in my case, I like to think that this brought out the best in me. This whole supporting Karen Reed, supporting Aiden, that has brought out the very best in me. Parts of myself that I never got to see, that I was never sure were there, but I always hoped that they would be, and always hoped for an opportunity to showcase, to myself that I was capable of these things. And that also brings out the worst in people too, just depending on what your attitude is, if your attitude is that of someone who feels entitled and blames the world for your shit, then something like this is bound to bring out the worst in you. It's going to bring out jealousy. It's going to bring out things like that. And just constant criticism of others, and a competition attitude, and it's just and just a whole one-upping attitude, which is just incredibly toxic to oneself, in my opinion. So that's why I choose not to go down that road. And going the road that I've chosen to go, excuse me, going the route that I've chosen to go, reading something like that from somebody who I've, been very proud of as of late to have made a friend of, means a lot. Like, what it does is it just reflects that it's a reminder that I'm doing this for the right reasons. And it's a reminder that things like losing monetary support and losing subscribers and things like that is so minimal. It's nothing in comparison to gaining that kind of loyalty and earning that kind of support from someone personally, and a whole shit ton of other people too, so like, and I'm not trying to get into that stuff, Columbo wannabe. I really not. I'm just trying to make a point here. I'm not trying to trash talk anybody else. That's not the point of this. I'm just simply trying to, this is me counting my blessings out loud, like, it makes me feel like, I am absolutely on the right side of things. Going over KELSEY FITZSIMMONS' case the way that I did today, interacting with you guys, like the way you guys were reacting to my reactions was so reminiscent of when I first became passionate about the Karen Reed case. And it's just a reminder of why I do this, and then just to top off, Aiden saying such kind things to me so publicly, kind things about me so publicly on X, makes it fucking worth it all, dude, you know? And just all the other people that I've become friends with over this process is just like great. And the shitty stuff is just, in comparison, so thanks, Aiden. I appreciate that, man. But yeah, man, I was gonna go over some body cam footage, but I couldn't find it. Unless it's clicking, and it feels natural. I just couldn't find anything that really stood out, and I don't want to force it. So we're just gonna jump right to the phone calls. So we're gonna open the phone lines. Yeah, it's not even all that, man. It's just like when you have, like when you find, people who show who their real selves are, dude, despite whatever the fuck, that's way more valuable than fucking 100,000 subs, dude. That's way more valuable than that. Like, there's just, as long as I get reminders like that, I'm never gonna stray from what my path is here. It's just not gonna happen.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Yeah, hello, Will Glera. This is Specially Appointed Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove.
Hello, Specially Appointed Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. It is great to hear from you, as always.
Yeah, good to talk to you as well. Thanks for having me on your presentation. Hello to the antenna people. Hope everybody's having a good night.
Yeah, man. It's great to have you on my YouTube presentation, as always.
Well, thank you.
How are you this evening, sir?
Oh, I'm well. I'm just, I won't be doing any square dancing tonight, but I'll be putzing around the house a little bit.
I imagine that it's probably hard to get around because all the streets are packed with no kings people, right? In the streets of Boston.
The streets are packed with what?
No kings, the whole no kings thing that's going on there.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm over here on the Vineyard, Glare.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, you're not missing anything. It's whatever.
There's none of that crap over here, if that's what you're asking.
None of that crap. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a nationwide protest in all the major cities of against Donald Trump, because they're accusing Donald Trump of tyranny, saying that he's not behaving like a president, he's behaving like a king. So no kings is what's going on.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people with bad behavior. They should look around here. They should look around here into the office. They'll see a lot of bad behavior.
Right on. I agree. Have you been paying attention to this KELSEY FITZSIMMONS business, sir?
Yeah, I know a little bit about it.
Okay. What do you feel about this Andover Police Department, this chief of police there, and his behavior in the Andover Police Department?
Well, Will, since you mentioned it, kind of a hot button topic for me. I personally know somebody who was affected by police discrimination, a family member of mine, and that's not a joke. And I'll I'll speak as Jason Smith on that, not MC Kazi G. So I'll say that because, as you've heard, Will, the joke is up. The JFK people told me the joke is up. It's over. You shouldn't have showed your face. So whatever. But anyway, yeah, that is an actual thing that happened. Maybe we'll address that down the road.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that type of thing happens all the time. That women discrimination. They, it's pertaining to my family member's situation. They did horrible stuff to her. The South Bro police in the 80s. You can probably look it up. They did terrible things. This happens all the time.
Yeah. It's just, we're in 2025. Like, I expect that shit to happen in the 80s, but 2025, hearing about it still happening is pretty mind-blowing. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you don't hear about it enough, but it happens all the time.
Right.
However, I didn't want to make this call all about a very serious topic and, start crying the blues. But anyways, I'm over here on the island, and
well, I mean,
there's no square dancing tonight, but I'm not sure what to do over here tonight.
I mean, although it was only over a week ago, you still lost Mrs. Cassie G. So I imagine you're gonna get a little moody from time to time. I get it. It's okay. You're forgiven.
How long ago was that?
Oh, a little over a week ago, wasn't it?
I mean, it seems like longer than that. I don't know.
I mean, you're out there square dancing and stuff. How did your square dance date go, by the way? You didn't, the woman that you swiped right on Tinder with.
Well, we had the conversation last night, and what did you say would be a good attribute for a dancing partner?
I can't remember.
Like a good bonka donk and the donkey.
Right.
Yeah.
A big tuckus. You need a big.
There you go.
Something to grab on.
There you go.
When you do-si-do.
That was the term.
Right.
Do-si-do, skip fiddle.
Right.
So I was standing on the other side of the gymnasium, and she turned around, and there was no what'd you call it again?
Tuckus.
Tuckus. Yeah.
So she had no tuckus.
Greek word. There was nothing there.
She was.
So she came up to me. She said, "Would you like to do-si-do?" I said, "I can't," because I talked to Will Glera, and he said that if you don't have that going on for you, you can't square dance. And I stayed there for a few minutes, and then I went home, and it's kind of a disappointing night.
It is. It's a bummer because you got to pretend like there's ass there before you can escape. You know what I mean? Try not to look at it. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, man. And then
she would have had to like stuff a pillow in there. She didn't have anything, Will, and your words were ringing in my brain as I was, approaching her to dance, and she turned around and I said, "No, I can't do this because Will told me she's got to have it.
She's got to have it, right? She got to have the badonkadonk. She's got to have the.
Now, I told you last night I would take your advice, and I did.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
Right. Just next time, ask her to send you a picture. Standing in front of a mirror, and you know what I mean. Just like, yeah, just ask her to do that. It shouldn't be too hard. Like it's not wrong to have standards. Special appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. It's not wrong to have standards. Like, what's wrong with having standards? Saying, listen, like if she could be like, listen, I love this shit. I love the women who are just like, yeah, how tall are you? Oh, you're not above 6 feet. Well, this isn't going to work. But it's somehow wrong if you go, well, how much do you weigh? Oh, you weigh over 140 pounds and you're 5'7"? It's not going to work.
Why is it different? Why can't I say, let's see that turd slicer?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Why not? Why can't you have standards?
You know?
Listen, I don't have too high of standards, but your turd slicer has got to be able, your loaf pincher has got to be above par. Okay?
I mean, why is that so bad?
I agree.
Can I say let's see those Bert and Ernie's?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, Kasi G.
I don't feel like I'm I'm saying too much. I don't feel like I'm out of bounds with that.
I don't think you are either. That's what I'm saying. If they can ask you, and they want to know like what kind of job you got, what kind of car you drive, shit like that, dude, then why can't you fucking be like, listen, I want to see the ass.
Yeah. What kind of job you have? Well, I'm specially appointed prosecutor. Oh, what kind of sneakers do you have? Well, I get Velcro Keds. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
But I can't ask any questions myself. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing wrong.
Will Glary, you're making more sense and more that I talk to you. Sometimes I think you're screwing with me, but you're making more sense.
This is what I do. Okay? Show me your pooper, and then we'll move on from there. We'll decide which.
I don't know that I would call it a pooper, but a turd slicer is fine.
Turd slicer's fine too. That works as well.
Tremendous.
Everybody wants to know, dude. Listen, bro. When they come out, then I'll talk about them. Okay, I got it. There's a bunch of text messages from Proctor that. Okay, you know what? Like, there's 13 years worth of fucking text messages on my phone too. That, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean that I committed a crime. When they come out, then I'll comment on them. Then I'll fucking express my opinion. Like, I get it. It's a big deal.
By the way, do you know what we used to do to Proctor when he came into the office?
What?
He used to let us throw darts at his head because he's got that big stupid head.
He does have that big stupid head. It looks kind of like a tuchus, doesn't it?
Yeah, tuchus. I mean, a 5-head, 4-head, whatever you want to call it.
That's right.
But he would sit on the other side of the room and he'd see like, which one of you guys can get me? And then he would give us a bunch of darts, and he actually liked it. He used to like when we got him. And he would just sit there for hours. He loved it. He used to laugh. He's a really stupid guy, dopey guy. Not stupid guy. He's kind of dopey.
He is. Yeah, I imagine. But his head definitely looks like a butt. Like if you took Higgy's ass, right, and painted eyes on it, on each cheek, you'd be like, oh shit, it's Higgy. You know what I mean? Or sorry, it's Proctor. It's Proctor. That's what you would do.
Yeah. That's similar. I would say that Proctor has a larger stupid cranium,
right,
than Higgy, because Higgy's got a big stupid body, so it's kind of in proportion.
Imagine if your ass had a big old Proctor skull. Imagine. That would be.
Yeah, can you imagine? That would be unimaginable.
You can't ride horses.
I couldn't.
You can't ride horses. Poor horse.
Well, yeah, I don't. Okay, yeah. I wouldn't ride horses either if I looked like that. But, anyways, yeah, it's a lot of fun. But good talking to you, Will Glera. I appreciate you having me on your presentation.
It's always a pleasure, especially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove.
And yeah, we'll talk again in a day or two. Goodbye to the antenna people. I'll see you later.
All right. Especially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove, everybody. Hell yeah. You're on. Who am I speaking with? Well, fuck you.
Call from Kathy.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Well, good. I have some good news for you. I'm the one that talked to you the other couple of weeks ago that about.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. Talk to me about what?
Oh, being a survivor.
Okay, Jesus. Now I feel like shit.
Oh no! You like you'd have a lot of people you talk to.
Yeah. So being a survivor. Okay. I actually no, and I don't mean for this to sound rude, but I think I've talked to a couple of them. So please refresh my memory a little bit.
That's good though.
If it's
That
not too
means
painful
people
for you.
are reaching out. That's good. They reach out because they feel safe with you.
Right. Thank
So
you.
that's great. But I was going to tell you that I went to the eye doctor, and because my eyes were damaged because of some things, that they're going to be able to fix
Now
them.
I remember. They're gonna fix them now?
Yeah, they can fix them.
I love it.
I'll be able to see again. I know. I'm so excited.
Hell yeah. That's amazing.
Oh, it is. I was really kind of depressed and stuff. It really sucks not being able to see, let me tell you.
Yeah, but man, that's a blessing. That's a blessing. And all this bullshit, that's a blessing.
It is. I feel so good. And then the place where I've been living at is kind of, it's not a bad place, but it's what it's a place where some people like me go to, I don't know what the word is, to recuperate, I guess you call it.
Or
you know,
or rehabilitate.
Basically.
Yeah.
And I couldn't. I had a hard time coming out of my apartment, and I still do sometimes. That's why I got a dog, and then you have to. And then it's a one room place with a bathroom and a very small kitchen. I've been here for 2.5 years, and I thought once I found out that I was going to be able to see again, wow, I'm moving out of here, I've decided.
But that's awesome. I know. And with your eyes being fixed and everything, and then that move, I feel like in theory that could be super therapeutic. You know what I mean? Like really therapeutic in like reinventing yourself, taking control of your life all over again, and then total fresh start. Where it's like there's this vast amount of possibilities. Like everything is possible now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
That perspective of anything.
I've been wanting to tell you, and I thought, well, I'll just call in and see if I can get in, because I know you always have a lot of people. And it just happened. I got in. I thought, woohoo!
Yeah, man, that's awesome, Kathy. That's great news. I'm really glad to hear it.
So now my next move is, because I was just on the phone for over 5.5 hours, so I missed pretty much your whole thing. But I decided that where I'm at, there are a lot of Wyoming is the least amount of people live here in this state, and a lot of people live in, what do they call it?
I'm moving there. I'm fucking moving there. I'm fucking moving there. You
would love it.
Less people? Dude, that's it. I'm sold. Sold.
There's places where for miles you can find places and move out to them, and nowhere. They were my one friend's trying to talk me into buying property in Colorado. And I thought, well, I want to stay in Wyoming. I like Wyoming because the weather isn't bad here. Even if it's snowing, unless you have wind, cold, chilly wind from the mountains, you can sit outside in a coat and hat, but you can sit outside and it's not that bad because the sun, you're closer to the sun.
Yeah, see, I like that. I like California for that reason, because it's like cold, and it gets cool at night. Even in the summertime, it gets cool at night, and then it's like, it's sweltering heat during the day, but whatever, I don't give a shit. It's dry heat. In comparison to Miami, I'll take dry heat over humidity any day, man.
Oh yeah, see, Iowa was that way. Oh, because I lived in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin. Oh my gosh, just wildering,
Yeah.
And here, it's dry. I don't want, I'm going to have to go back next year once I can see. And then I thought, well, I'm going to get a job, and so I can be able to buy a decent vehicle. And I mean, I got so many plans now.
I love it. That's the most awesome shit I've ever heard. That's the most awesome shit I heard all day for sure. Like without a doubt.
Good.
It's amazing.
I'm just so happy. And now they were telling me about trailers, that there's some trailers in the next town over that I'm going to look at to like rent to own type thing.
Yeah.
So I could still travel, but I'll still have a place to come back to, because I want to travel. I want to come down there to Massachusetts, or however you say that word, Canton and all that crap, and I want to be able to, I want to go to trials and stuff like that and support.
Yeah, man, right on. I mean, the boots on the ground would be happy to have you. I guarantee it. I feel confident to speak for them in that regard.
Oh, I mean, what Kelsey is going through, they are abusing her so bad. They are playing games. I used to work in the field. Let's see. I didn't work for DHS, but I worked with them, with children who were in abusive homes, and I would help them to come out of their shell and stuff like that. And whatever,
See, that tells me right there. See, again, man, I don't subscribe to coincidence. The fact that you actually helped kids get through that, and you are going through this yourself now, I would venture to speculate that you can now apply all the help that you gave these kids to your own life. Think back on all the advice you gave them, apply it to yourself as you make all of these new decisions that are just towards fulfilling your dreams and all of this amazing shit that you got fucking planned, man. Like, I'm so excited for you, Kathy. This is amazing.
I know. I just wanted to update you, because I don't know. I just did. I don't really, I don't talk to too many people. But
right on. It's okay.
Because,
neither do I,
man.
I have
a choice now. I don't have to.
Yeah, you don't. Like, that's what's fucking awesome. You don't have to do shit. You have to do shit. You can do or not do whatever the fuck you want. You can literally do or not do whatever the fuck you want.
I know. I'm so not. I'm getting to that point where, well, get this. I actually told a doctor off the other day, and I would never have done that before. He was being rude to me. And I wasn't rude, but he asked me something about how did I get here, and I didn't understand what did he mean. How did I get here? And that's why I go, what do you mean? How did I get here? And I go, I walked. How did you get here? Then I came home and went, oh, that felt so good.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I didn't. It's just it's little things that people takes advantage of, that don't realize that people and children and both men and women get abused.
Yeah, for sure.
And what I think, this is my opinion, what I'm seeing so far with this poor girl, is that his family, know the right people. From things that I've heard, that they are people who have groups, and they teach other people how to get people into mental places, how to do that. And so they're going to know the judges. They're going to know the right people to talk to. They're going to know how to play the game, because it's a game. It's a game. It's, how him setting her up, meet me at the park while he goes and takes the baby, gets the baby,
so
coming
crazy.
in without having DHS with them. Never seen that before. That I've never
That's some
seen.
diabolical shit, man. It's some real diabolical shit, and it's gaslighting too, because it's so meticulously planned that it makes you fucking ask yourself if you're being fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like
yes, I do.
it's such a fucking horrible thing to do to somebody. Like your situation, Kathy, man, I gotta say, man, like the analogy that I can think that comes to mind is like, I had this weird fear, right? This is where I feel like you're at, right? Like now that you're like realizing that you can fucking do anything you want, right? I had this, and it's scary, you know what I mean? It's scary going into it, you know, because you're not used to that. But like all my life, like I had this really weird fear. Like I would, if I wore like, say, a mask or goggles underwater in the ocean or a lake, you know, and I'd look out into a large like body of water underwater where there's no end to it. That's for some reason that sight panicked me, scared the shit out of me. I could never look underwater at that far ahead. Like it was really scary to me. Because I didn't know what was beyond there, or you know, like,
yeah, you're right. I do know what that feels like.
It was really, really scary. Like I've always had this fear, my whole life, you know. And then I went on a cruise maybe like 5 years ago. I went on a cruise, never been on a cruise before, and we went on a snorkeling excursion, right? And I was fucking scared, but all I kept telling myself was, people do this all the time. I don't read in the news all about accidents taking place and this shit happening very often at all. It's the same thing that I told myself when I went skydiving. I was like, I never hear about skydiving accidents. It's perfectly safe. These are professionals. And I just kept telling myself that. And then I jumped out of a fucking plane. But the same.
I was thinking about that too.
Dude, I'm telling, it's great. It's liberating as fuck. It's fucking awesome. Even if you do it tandem, which you do, you have to do it first. But tandem, like with somebody else attached to your back, you know, it's fucking so fun. It's so great. But I, you know, the snorkeling excursion, I did it, but like I wasn't focused on, I was in the middle of the fucking ocean, man. And I wasn't focused on the fear of what's ahead and that I can't see coming at me. I was just too focused on the beauty of what was right in front of me. Like there was a guide that you followed. And all I did was just make sure. I was just like, I can't let that guy out of my sight. So as long as I'm behind this dude, I'm good, you know? But you know, like he was picking up certain corals and taking them apart, and then there'd be these little fishes that would fly around, that would swim away, and he was just like, so you could tell this guy was kind of like the Crocodile Dundee of snorkeling. Like he just knew the bottom of that ocean like so well. He knew all the corals, he knew which ones were dangerous, he knew which fish, you know, he knew how to like get certain fish to like come to him, you know, and it was just a really beautiful experience. So I'd still be nervous going into snorkeling, but because it's not something that I'm just like, oh my God, I got to do that again. But if I'm on a cruise and I'm in that situation to do that again, I'll totally do it, because like I learned to be focusing on the beauty that's underwater instead of being scared of what I can't see ahead of me. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do. I think with the first time I called you a couple of weeks ago and talked to you and shared with you about this, I was kind of at that point then, but then you kept going, fuck it, you don't have to do this or that. You know, it's like it woke me up and said, well, he's right.
Don't.
What the hell? I forgot.
You do whatever the fuck you want, dude. You do whatever you want.
Exactly, you know, and I went out and, well, I got in trouble for this, but I went out and I was, because I'm considered blind yet, and I have a dog, my dog, and we always have a certain place, and everybody knows, including the police, you know, where we cross at. Well, I decided I just wanted to go and sit someplace else than my yard because there's nothing really to look at but sage grass. And so I went and took my chair and my dog and my phone and my blue speaker so I could listen to whatever court cases that were going on. And the police thought I was in trouble and stopped. I said, if I was in trouble, would I be sitting here in a chair?
Right. I think I'm good, officer. Thanks.
I appreciated it because we got stuck. A couple times we got stuck in the middle of the street and it's a three-way. And my dog's really good. She stopped me and she wouldn't let me leave until everybody would stop. And then she would allow us to go across the street. I'm like, I can't wait for that to be over.
Wow. Yeah, man. Kathy, I can't wait to see what great things lay ahead for you. I'm super excited for you.
Well, thank you for listening, and thanks your chat, because your chat's awesome, people, and your mods and everything. So thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Kathy. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Kathy, y'all. All right. You guys are going to have to give me a second here. One second. All right. Thanks for waiting, guys. I appreciate it. But first, you must pick up the phone. I got to do another. I got some Patreon members, and I haven't been giving them content, so I got to do another. He fucking ruined it movie. I just haven't thought of what yet, but
Call from Amanda.
you're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will, it's Amanda from Law Girls Not Attorneys. How you doing tonight?
What's up, Amanda? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. I wanted to call in because I haven't really been online a whole ton today, but I wanted to explain something from yesterday from the Kate Peter hearing. So I drove up there with the little law girl when I heard actually Broken Baker was talking about it at like 5 o'clock in the morning or something like that she had a hearing. And then they were talking about how it was for Lauren Murray and how Kate had violated the restraining order by intentionally driving past her and yelling for her to off herself or something, which is horrific. Lauren's she's a really sweet person. And she has been so kind to us and so welcoming to my daughter.
Lauren's a saint, dude.
She's a sweetheart. So it really pisses me off when people act like that towards, people like her in the community. we had seen the same type of behavior from her, from Kate with Mary Bagwell as well. We went to a hearing back in August for Lindsay against Mary Bagwell against Lindsay, and Kate went with her, which is not something that I expected at all. I went up there to report on it. It was when we first got our media credentials. And Kate shows up. Mary Bagwell calls me and says, Kate Peters here. And I was like, what the heck? Jason Broyles was there. So I handed him the phone and said, hey, you got to handle this. You're the dude. Like, I don't know how to, help Mary. I'm not going to go out and like escort her. I would rather, he do it, if anything. So he went out, escorted her in, and we proceeded to the courtroom and, reported from there. But afterwards, we all walked out together, and the victim witness advocate walked out as well. And probably about maybe like 10 minutes went by, and we thought like, the coast is clear, we can all leave. And then here comes Kate Peter driving around the corner right out in front of us, like completely out of her way. And the victim witness advocate for Mary said she intentionally did that to intimidate. So this was after, what she had done to Lauren and had violated against Lauren.
She can't help herself. Like,
she can't.
Krusty Panties can't help herself, dude. She just has to be a visceral asshole. That's why, dude, Grant, awesome coverage yesterday. Grant is the fucking MVP of yesterday. But the problem is that he needs to learn to shut the fuck up when he's asking people questions. Like, get what she's saying on record. If you think Kate Peter is this fucking horrible person, nobody gives a shit. Grant, save it for your tweets. You don't need to fucking holler at her. Like, let her fucking speak so you can get what she says on record next time. Please, Grant.
Yeah, I agree. The one thing he did get wrong, though, was he made a comment.
He gets shit wrong all the time, but, come on.
Yeah. Overall, he did great, though, yesterday. I do have to
He did. I'm telling you, Grant, yesterday, as far as coverage goes, he was the MVP. Easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was kind of pissed off a little bit because there was no victim witness advocate for Lauren, and nobody for her to speak with before, Kate is being heard. And I'm telling you, she was standing in the hallway. Kate was standing in the hallway with Kim Fair, which I don't have any idea who she is. I had never even heard her name before, along with her attorney. And when I tell you, Kate thought she had this in the bag. She was like, all laughs and smiles. She was,
I think that Kim Fair might have been special appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove's square dancing partner, his Tinder date. I think that might have.
Maybe you're right.
I think that might have happened, and then that's what made MC Cossie G go, that ain't enough back. You got to go.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But what I wanted to say was, so Lauren, I went with Lauren to the clerk's office to say, like, hey, where is her? Like, she doesn't have a victim, a victim witness advocate. Where is this person?
Right.
And they said, you got to go down to the DA's office. So I, little law girl and I went downstairs with Lauren to see if we could get her, where is this person's advocate? Like, what the hell? Like, anytime we're in court and Lindsay's there, she has one. She's got, like clockwork, always there. So where is Lauren's? What the heck? So I'm glad that it was not accepted by that judge. I was disappointed that I missed it because we're sitting there waiting to talk to somebody. And I wanted to say, the reason for me going up there was to say, hey, listen, I saw Kate do this again after what she's done to Lauren. I've seen it with my own eyes. You have a victim witness advocate in another court who literally said she did this to intimidate you. Like, call that woman up and she can tell you, like, she has not learned her lesson.
Right. Like,
you know?
Yeah. The prosecutor should be aware of this. The prosecutor should be made aware of this person's existence and seek them out and ask them to testify. And just to get, I mean, that alone should be enough to get Kate Peter jail time.
I agree. And that's why, you know,
in theory, in theory.
Yeah. So I believe in, you know, I'm a paralegal, you know, I'm a, you know, I'm a paralegal. I understand how things work. I wanted to make sure it was memorialized so that it's in writing somewhere. Like, you know, she has not learned her lesson. So I'm glad that it wasn't what we initially thought, that, you know, she was gonna get a plea and just walk away from it. I'm glad the judge, you know, halted and didn't do anything yesterday. So I just wanted to say that I'm really upset that, you know, she's continuing to get away with this, and I hope that this judge throws the book at her, because she can't keep doing this shit to people. Like you said, you know, she's a sweetheart. Like, it was really upsetting to see her crying like that
She's
yesterday.
really blurred over. Like, she's just some asshole that wants to be known as an asshole online, like a wrestling heel. Like, that's her whole bullshit fucking, and she wants that to be her existence, and she applies it to real life, not giving a shit that she's breaking the law. And she somehow managed to make allies within the Norfolk County DA's office, which is really fascinating. Because I mean, regardless of any of that, like, that's all going to get blown up. Like Bettero's going to blow the lid off of that shit. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
So
and, you know, like, they'll sit there and say that Aiden is the one that will, like, you know, blow a dog whistle or whatever, and that people will, you know, jump and do his bidding. That's not, you know, I don't feel that
it's not true at all.
Nothing he can
it's
say
not true at all.
No, but I will.
You think
I
I'm
think
sitting here
this
talking
does,
about? You think I'm sitting here talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons because Turtle Boy told me to? You know what I'm saying? Like, I talk about Turtle Boy, and Turtle Boy never knows what the fuck I'm going to talk about when I talk about him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Nobody knows what the fuck I'm going to do. I don't even know what the fuck I'm going to do until an hour before I fucking do it. You know?
And you
So
always have the choice. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I said to you, and I've said to Aiden too, like, you know, regardless of, like, your shit with Mike, whatever, like, I don't really care. We need eyes on Kelsey's case. We just need it. And we want you, and we want Aiden, and we want Mike. We want everybody.
yeah,
like,
I'm not
you know,
trying to
this
say yeah. Like, I have personal opinions of Mike. I don't even feel one way or the other about the guy. I just know what my opinions of him are. I make observations about the kind of guy I see him as being. That's it. The fact that he's talking about Kelsey and bringing awareness, and he has an audience, and those people are becoming aware of it, then great, awesome. I love that. You know, Mike has 100% my support in spreading awareness in Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Like, it has never, ever been about a competition to me. It never will be about a competition to me. It'll be about more ears and more eyes. That's it.
Yeah. And you know what? When the shit hits the fan and we need to get together and unite as, you know, a group, this is what we do. When our hands are idle, when we're not doing shit, then, you know, people go, you know, drama after one another. And, you know, I mean, we're all human beings, but I am confident that this group, you know, regardless of personal whatever bullshit back and forth, when it comes to putting the work in, getting, you know, things done for the right reasons, I want all you guys around me. I really do. Like, this is what we do.
Yeah, like, there's no, I don't, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, anybody who feels passionate about Kelsey Fitzsimmons' freedom should just, like, not give a fuck about what's going on between creators. Period. That's it.
Yeah.
You know? Like
Exactly.
I don't want anybody to give a fuck about what's going on between me and other creators. Honestly, I really don't even like. Just
Yeah.
If I will use my voice to be as candid as I can be about everything. I don't like to pretend like something isn't happening when it is. I don't like to do that. It's stressful, frankly. So I just like to be as honest as I can about how I look at things. And, you're welcome to feel however you feel about it. Sorry if it makes you uncomfortable, and I understand people are going to unsubscribe. That's cool too. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like something's not happening when it is, because it just stresses me the fuck out.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I'm just, I'm glad that we have a community of people who, I live like an hour away from the courthouse. When I heard that about Lauren, I was like, I'm gonna, wake the little law girl up at 7 o'clock in the morning. She shows up, like I'm really proud of her for that, because she could, throw a pillow at me when I try to wake her up and go, what the hell are you doing, Mom? Like, but she's right by my side, because this is what we, she was sitting right by Lauren. Like, she wants to be, active in this too, and stand up for what's right and protect people who need protecting. That's what, our, law girls, not attorneys is all about. Like, we don't, but it's kind of like your, YouTube law degree there. You know what I mean? Like, we don't pretend to be something that we're not. It's in our name, but we're going to show up for people and, be the one that walks into the clerk's office and goes, where the fuck is her advocate? Like, she deserves an advocate. She deserves a say, And I will say that she did try to go into the courtroom and talk to somebody before, it was heard for a second call. And the court officer, when she walked in with Timma, he said, Timma said, she's got to talk to somebody in there. She's the victim. And he goes, I don't care who she is. And shooed them away. And so he wasn't going to let her talk to anybody. And I think it was not because of Lauren. And I said that to Lauren. I think it was because of the presence of, somebody trying to walk into the courtroom. Lauren, of course, is going to take it like, they don't want to hear what I have to say. And she was very upset by that. So if it had just ended there, she wouldn't have, been able to, talk to anybody. And so, yeah, it's upsetting the way she was dismissed. So, yeah, that's why it's important that everybody watches out for each other to the best of our ability and advocates for each other when we can and shows up. And I'm glad to have you, like I said, looking at Kelsey, I've been asking you, come on, I've been harping on you, when I can about it. So I'm glad that you are looking at it objectively and not just jumping on the bandwagon.
A lot of people have been asking me to talk about this, and yeah. So I'm glad that I am. I mean, I knew I was going to. It was just a matter of me getting around to it, but
and it's tough, Will. And we all deal with our own, our own shit, and you need to take time and walk away from after Karen's thing, and everybody's got their own shit too. And Kelsey's case is heavy. Like the picture that Melanie showed last night, she's got a fucking bruise on her arm. Like it's it's difficult to see. She's it's really difficult to watch. So everybody needs to take it at their own pace and try to be as objective as they can. And
I'm gonna. There's somebody who was just who just messaged me while I was live earlier, who is another creator. And no, I'm not talking about Annie. I did mention this to Annie, though. We'll see. I mean, she's a very, very busy person, and it's not exactly a true crime case necessarily. So, not your typical one anyway. So, hopefully she takes an interest, but if she doesn't, it's just because she's very busy with other things. But there was another creator who reached out to me, and I was like, I got the perfect case that I need that could use your say. So I'm
That's
gonna
awesome.
reach out to this person behind the scenes and then see if we can set something up.
Yeah, I mean, we're all going to do what we can do to. We've built a network. You've built a network. I've built a network. You know, and mine may be a little bit different than yours. I may have different, you know, whatever people in mind in one area or another. And that's where we use our voices and work together, you know, to get this shit done. So I appreciate you. Glad to be part of this community and, you know, have been accepted the way my daughter and I have been, and that we can, you know, use our voices to be a collective with you guys. So we appreciate you guys.
Right on. Appreciate you too. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Will, you have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, take care. Bye.
Call from
Brenda.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Brenda from Canada. How are you?
Hi, Brenda from Canada. I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. You know what? I just wanted to tell you that I thought that was really cool. What you read, what Aiden Kearney had posted up there about your friendship with him.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was really good because you know what? When I discovered your guys' show, I don't think I misunderstood this. Did you not say that even at the beginning when Aiden was in jail that you did have a telephone call with him, or am I?
Yeah, no,
Did you say that?
he called into the show. Yeah, like I was really honored that because he was in jail, nobody had any real updates from him, and you know, it was really good for the community spirits because I was going over his case, and then one of his mods contacted me and said, hey, Aiden wants to call in to the show. He gets, you know, is going to use one of his phone calls to call into your show when you're live. And I was like, oh shit. And then, yeah, it was awesome. Yeah. That was one of my
went right. You're almost like at the beginning with him, so that's pretty good.
That was one of my favorite moments doing this channel for sure.
Well, you know what? What I said last night on your phone, my phone call, which was kind of rude. I'm sorry for all the swearing, but you know what? I really meant that. And I'll tell you something. You know what? I think that you're a very good person. I think you have a very good heart, and I really think that, at least from my perspective, from when I first started watching you, I think that like you have just. Honestly, I think you probably pulled shit out of your ass that you didn't even know you had there, because you are really, really a strong person. You have a strong personality, and I think that was really good, like I said, what Aiden said, because I think you guys, out of this whole thing, got a really good friendship going, and that's really hard to find. And I'll tell you something. My mom had passed away about 10 years ago, but I had bought her this antique plate. And this saying is true. On it, it said, true friends are like diamonds, precious but rare, and false friends are like autumn leaves found everywhere. So bringing that up, I think that reminds me just of you and Aiden, that, you know what, a real true friend is hard to find. And what you had read, what he had said, I think that was just great because you were there for him. And I think that...
well, he's been there for me too, man. Like that can't be overlooked at all. Like he's been there just as much for me, man, which is why that was really nice for him to write, you know?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that you've been there for each other, because and this day and age, true friends are very hard to find, because a lot of people I just don't think that a lot of people know what friendship is anymore. I hate to say it like this, but sometimes social media and stuff like that gets in the way. And me being a teenager in the 70s, it was a whole different ballgame. You really did have true friends back then, but today everything just seems to have fallen to shit in a lot of ways. But yeah, you know what? I'm really glad that you read that, because I don't know, I just thought that was really cool. And yeah, and out of anybody, he's at least the honest person that, you know, you can believe when he puts something like that on. And yeah, so you know what, I didn't phone to really swear or anything and get all angry again, but I just want to say thumbs up to you again, and I'm really glad that you're on YouTube, because you know what? I'm going to watch all the time. I started watching whatever you were talking about, that Kelsey today or whatever. So I'm going to start following that. I'm kind of like you. I'm a little late, so I don't know what really you were fully talking about, but I mean, it won't be hard to find out either.
It's pretty easy to follow. Like, I mean, if you compare it to Karen Reed's case or even Turtle Boy's case, it's in comparison is extraordinarily easier to follow.
You know, you said something that really shocked me. I don't think I heard it before, because our laws in Canada are different. Why in the world, like, where do they get off in your constitution that they could put Aiden in jail for 105 years? Like, dear Lord,
well,
that
it's
is
just because of all the counts. It's because of all the counts, and they're felony counts. So, you know, that's just the possible, you know, I mean, if a judge wanted to be a dick, you know, they could absolutely do that. But chances are, realistically, if he were, which would be unrealistic, but if he were to be convicted, then most likely they'd give him like some sort of concurrent sentence. You know, but I mean, prison time, any jail time at all for what he's being charged with is fucking bullshit and unconstitutional. It's just what that boils down to. So, I mean, but the 105 years is just what he possibly faces, considering all the different counts. I think it's like 15 felony counts.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. Yeah, I just really feel very bad for him, because I just think that these, you know, you just kind of look and you think, like, who does this? Like, who are these people? And to be very honest, Boston, Massachusetts doesn't even look like the United States, like with their courts, their judges. Like, I've never heard anything so bizarre. Once I started watching Karen Reed, like Beth Canoni, all of it, I just thought, like, holy shit, man! Like, these people are just, they're nuts. They're just crazy. And I think they did it for so long, like Beth Canoni, and that they didn't realize that when people on the outside, like me looking, they got this for so long, they didn't know how incredibly stupid they looked and sounded like, maybe until everybody started getting involved. And it's like, honestly, even Beth Canoni, like, you can get probably better out of a Cracker Jack box. I mean, she shouldn't even be a judge. So I feel very bad for Aiden, because, to your point, if a judge out there wants to be a dick, they can give him time. And to me, I would be very uncomfortable if I were Aiden, just because of the shit that you've seen them try to pull off with Karen Reed, with 2 trials. And it took all of those lawyers for the second trial to actually pull this off for an acquittal, because they just are that corrupt. They don't give a shit. Like, it's kind of like their middle finger pointing at you, saying, watch what I can do. And that's how I felt Beth Canoni was every day. Like, I could hardly tolerate even watching her, because it just, like, who are you? Like, why are you even sitting in that kind of job with that kind of authority? Because it's not only embarrassing, it's disrespectful. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Like, you know, people who don't watch this in my family, like my sons and that, like, you have to honestly look at them and say, like, I'm not making this up. This is real shit. This is it's awful. And they still have poor Karen Reed in court. And before I let you go to that point as well, I've never been more disgusted with somebody like a Paul O'Keefe. I have 3 brothers, and I would never want one of my brothers to treat my death in any way, shape, or form the way he has, because he's been waiting with this handout for the money. He could give a shit about anything, anyhow, who did it at all with his brother. I mean, you would think that, to be very honest, all of you guys spoke more for John O'Keefe than that guy, and you would think that your brother would be like your best friend, where you're going to stick up for him every day and go, look, I want to find out what happened. I want to know who did this. But no, he couldn't wait for her to get acquitted or guilty or whatever, so he can just go after the money. And he's disgusting. He really is. He's just a real disgusting person. So, and like I said, you guys stuck more up for John O'Keefe than his whole family did, and that's really sad.
Yeah. I don't know how much I agree with that, but I appreciate it. It's nice that you said that. Thank you.
Well, yeah, and just one more thing before I let you go. Always keep in mind, and this is the truth, honestly, okay? You guys, you and Aiden Carney, honest to God, you have been so much. If John O'Keefe can look down from heaven, he would be so happy that two people, like, you're constantly putting this out there. You should be proud of yourself. If it wasn't for both of you, I kid you not, Karen probably would have had to take a plea deal or go to jail. You guys are the real heroes of this because you kept going, and you kept going, and you told the truth, and you really knew that it was the truth that matters in the whole thing. And if you put the shoe on the other foot, you would want someone to do the same for you. So I think that it was really good that you guys did this, not for a pat on the back, not for Karen to say, oh, here's the red carpet. You did it for the right reason because you've seen something that was really, really effing awful. It was not at all her rights, anything at all. And I'll tell you something that I'm more grateful for is you probably don't realize how much you wiped that cocky smile off Brian Albert's big bully face that he was his whole life. He never counted on you two, you and Aiden, because you guys kept this alive the loudest to me. He never counted on anybody being on YouTube that would be such a challenge to him. And he looked like such a fool in his interview after the acquittal. And hey, I take my hat off to you guys because really, you kept it right in the forefront where it should be. And it was good. So you know what? Never forget that you guys got a lot of things here going on. And you know what? You're probably going to have a lot of people that's going to want you to look at this case, that case. Why? Because they've seen what you guys did. And what you did is incredible and it's good. And you should pat yourself on the back because, hey, that is a well done job for somebody who never met this person before you met her. It's good. So that's all I want to say. I'm really tired. I went to bed really late and I just got off the computer about 2 hours ago. So yeah, you know what? That's all I wanted to say is I was really happy to hear what Aiden had to say and good for you guys.
All right. Thanks, Brenda.
Hey, one more thing. I just want to ask you.
No. Wait.
Do you think he's going to go to jail?
Wait.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think he's going to go to jail?
Aiden?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
So you're just doing this just to aggravate him, or
what the fuck are we doing here? Yeah, no. He's not going to jail. No.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, because I do pray a lot, and I just thought, like, when you said that 105 years, I thought,
Keep praying. It's working. He's not in jail.
Well, yeah, and I pray for you too, by the way. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I pray for you all the time. I pray for your potty mouth as much as I pray for mine. But I just, when I pray for you and then I'm going to let you go, I always say to God, because I've been a Christian for 42 years, even though you wouldn't think it with the sound of my mouth.
No.
But I said to I believe that you have a lot more of God in your life than what you think. I'll just put it that
no,
way.
me and God are cool. We got a great relationship.
Yeah, you do.
We know. Me and God, we know. We're good.
Yep. Okay. Well, you know what? You have the rest of your good night, and you look tired too. So you know what? I'll talk to you down the line. And hey, I just wanted to phone and say thank you for reading that because it was really good what Aiden said, and I'm glad that you two. You found a lot out of this when you really think about it. You guys all found a lot of good out of all of this. So I think it's just good. Yeah.
We sure did. We sure did. We found you, Brenda. So
yeah. Well, thank you, I think.
All right, Brenda.
No. Okay, and you take care and have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. She's very sweet. She really is so sweet. You know? Like, she's like the sweetest lady ever.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will, it's Angie.
Hey, Angie, how we doing?
I am surprised my cat's able to sleep on me right now because I was laughing so hard. But
she's a talker, but she's everything. Everything she says, I agree with for the most part. She's nice. She's very sweet.
Yeah, I wasn't laughing. Well, I'm sure you know what I was laughing at, but yeah. Anyway, now this is kind of off topic, but kind of on topic because you brought it up. You compared Kate Peter to a heel in wrestling.
I think that's how she fancies herself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you had to compare her to in history, a female heel, who would you go with?
As far as wrestling goes?
Yeah.
Scary Sherry. Yeah. Scary, like a mixture between Scary Sherry and Stephanie McMahon back during the Attitude Era.
Okay, I can kind of see that. I can kind of see, at least the Steph part. Scary Sherry was before I started watching.
Yeah.
But you're talking about Sherry Martel, right?
Yeah. She was she was Macho Man's manager for a while there.
Right.
Yeah. Or
the
what the fuck was her name, man? God, I see her in my head. I can't remember her name. Oh my God. She was back during the Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov days.
That's way before my time.
Oh man, that's my shit, dude. Mazza knows what I'm talking about. Mazza knows all that shit. Mazza's my guy, dude. He knows.
Yeah, I can definitely see Attitude Era stuff. Like I love
the fabulous moolah, bro. The fabulous fucking moolah. That's it, Jules. That's fucking Kate Peter. The fabulous moolah, dude, for sure. Just fucking miserable as fuck. Like that's her fucking whole gimmick is just being a miserable asshole.
Okay, so she was a somewhat good old lady when I watched her as a kid, but I mean it was her and Mae Young back in the Attitude Era. So
Mae Young wasn't a heel though, man. Do you remember when the Dudley Boys put her through a fucking table, dude?
Yes.
Like from on top of the thing, I was like, they killed her. She's dead. There's no way she survived that. There's no way. I don't care if the table's rigged to break. I don't care. I was like, if I'm Bubba Ray Dudley right now, I'm saying prayers and asking for God for forgiveness. Like I remember watching that live and going, oh my God, she's dead. He killed her. Fucking Bubba Ray Dudley just fucking killed Mae Young, dude. Like she was like 100 at the time. Like it was crazy. Like she was all hunched over and shit. Like she was so old. Like
she was down for it. That's the crazy. That's the part that like fascinated me.
She walked away from that shit, dude. I don't understand. I watched it live. Like there was no camera tricks. Like that fucking happened in front of a fucking like arena full of people. It was fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah, I will never forget that.
So do you watch the current product or no?
What?
Do you watch WWE currently?
No, man, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know about Cena retiring?
What's funny is I never been to wrestling events, and then like even after I stopped watching wrestling, that was the first time that I got to go. I went to like 2 SmackDowns, which was cool. So I did get to see like fun. I got to see RKO wrestle, and I got to see Shane O'Mac come out and talk shit and everything, and that was cool.
Jealous.
You know, so that was it. But all the other people, like I didn't even know who the fuck they were. I didn't care. You know what I mean? But the women wrestling, like Ric Flair's daughter, Charlotte Flair, she's badass, dude. Like I got to see her wrestle. I got to see this all-out brawl between women wrestlers. It was crazy. It was really cool.
Yeah, the women have sure come a long way for sure. Like compared to back in the Attitude Era with the bra and panties matches, and you know.
Yeah, I mean that shit doesn't fly anymore. But I mean, what's the difference now? They just come out in fucking leather bra and panties now. So I mean, what's the difference?
Well,
yes,
but they have like more than 2 to 3 minute matches,
dude,
or like 2 to 3 minutes total.
Right. I mean, right. Now these women, man, they work hard. They do crazy, death-defying shit, but don't fucking tell me that these moves are not designed to show off parts of their bodies and accentuate them more when they're in these poses and in these moves. Like it's still what it is. Like these women are absolutely exploiting themselves. And they're being exploited by the WWE. It just is what it is. It's an old time tradition. I'm not even criticizing it. I'm saying I love it. I love that the WWE is still doing it because this is why men watch women's wrestling. It is what it is. I don't care what you say. It is what it is. Stop it. You know?
Well, I think they've come so far that I let my girls watch them because they're not being.
I grew up on Glow wrestling.
Right,
like that shit was amazing. That was so much fun.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like I think that December is going to be hard for me because Cena retires and like he's retiring from in-ring competition in December. So his last match is December 13th.
Okay.
Yeah, the tickets just went on sale for that show, and for the pre-sale, there were like over 60,000 people trying to get tickets online.
God damn.
And that's just online.
That's wild.
So, and that was just the pre-sale. So, but yeah, like I even got my husband into it, and he's like you. He like, you know, he remembers Hulk Hogan, and like that's his era.
Yeah.
But now I've got him kind of into
Dude,
it.
Hulk
Like,
Hogan to me was Superman in real life. You know, like he was the closest thing to what Superman could be in real life is what Hulk Hogan represented to a kid like me. I was 10 years old when Hulk Hogan was like at his like peak, like when he was rising up, because there was Rocky 3, he was Thunder Lips, and then he started to really gain popularity off of that. And so going into like 1985, he was the biggest fucking thing in the world, you know?
Right.
Like it was
yeah.
I loved Hulk Hogan. Like I wanted to be Hulk Hogan, like because he was, you know, eat your prayer, say your prayers, eat your vitamins. You know what I mean? Like he was super wholesome. It was the same shit every time that he couldn't lose a match. Like wrestling just didn't work that way. Good guys just didn't lose, you know, the big matches. It just didn't happen. Unless they totally cheated. And like that just never happened to Hulk Hogan because the crowd couldn't handle it. You know, kids couldn't handle that.
Right.
You know, Hulk Hogan had to win. There was no way that, you know, like that's just how it was. It was crazy. And then like that totally was my shit. And then I stopped watching wrestling for a long time. Like I kind of grew out of it. And then I became an adult, and then the Attitude Era started. And then like I remember knowing that Vince McMahon actually ran the WWF. Well, at the time it was the WWF. He ran it, but nobody actually really knew that. Like real wrestling fans knew that. But he was just an announcer as far as like public appearances went. You know, there was this other president, right? There was this other president or whatever. But then the Attitude Era comes out, and you know, he's you know, comes out as the president of the WWF at the time. And
Mhm.
and then fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin like beats the shit out of him in the middle of the ring. And I was just like, you can't do that to the president. Oh my God. Like it totally caught me off guard. I was like, oh my God, this has gotten insane. This is complete and total chaos. This is anarchy. How in the fuck are they, you know? And I was hooked right there. I was hooked. The Rock was coming up and I was just,
Right.
yeah, like I was hooked all over again. Mankind, all of them, all of that shit. I was all over that. And then the Attitude Era died out and I just, you know, everybody got old and started making movies and, you know, that was it. That was it. And then I lost interest.
Yeah. I've been watching since I was 10, so about 30 years or so. And I went through that. Like my introduction to Hulk Hogan was a little bit before the NWO era and then after that. But like my 4-year-old loves Cody Rhodes, who is the son of Dusty Rhodes.
There has never been anything better to happen to wrestling than D-Generation X. There's never been anything better. Like, just like DX, dude, the dynamic between Triple H and Shawn Michaels was fucking hilarious. Like, it is comedy gold. Like, it is legendary comedy. It should be up there with just like what regular comedy is. It was so funny. And on top of that, there was like Gold Dust and Booker T, most underrated tag team ever. They were hilarious. Most underrated tag team ever was Booker T and Gold Dust. Like that shit was fucking hysterical every time.
Yeah, and he's still going, Dustin Rhodes. He's still going.
Man. Dusty Rhodes is up there with my all-time favorite wrestlers. I can't pick an all-time favorite wrestler of all time. If I did, it'd have to be Ric Flair. I mean, it just would have to be. But my all-time, I mean, Dusty Rhodes is up there with Ric Flair as far as just he was just fucking great. Like I got
who's on your, instead of picking one, who's on your Mount Rushmore?
My Mount Rushmore. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna put Hulk Hogan has got to be up there. That's just, I mean, he's just George Washington, you know, really. But yeah, I'm gonna say Hulk Hogan, Roddy Piper, Ric Flair, and Dusty Rhodes. They're my Mount Rushmore for sure.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if you've seen Cody Rhodes, Dusty's youngest son, but he's such a sweetheart. We got to see him the last time my husband and I went to SmackDown. It was 2 episodes in a row, and he got done with his second match, and he wasn't even waving at us. He was waving at the section we were in, and we were way up, so he probably couldn't even see us. But he waved towards us, and we're like, "Oh my God, he waved at us!"
Yeah, I went to Riot Fest back in 2016. I was at Riot Fest and I saw the blonde Nasty Boy. You know the Nasty Boys, the blonde one.
Yeah.
And he was really good friends with Hulk Hogan. Yeah,
was it Brian Knobbs?
Yeah, something like that. And I never stop people and ask them for autographs and shit. I'm not that guy. So like I saw him and I was like, yo, big fan. You know, same thing happened. I saw, but this guy, I didn't remember his name, but I was on my way to Boston and I had a connecting flight at LaGuardia, and I'm going to catch my connecting flight. And I saw this actor that I've seen in a million things. I couldn't tell you his name. The part that sticks out to me was that he was in Changeling and he was the cop that the kid who escaped the guy and confessed to helping kill all those kids. Like the cop that he was talking to, I saw him and he's been in a bunch of shit. He's always plays like, I think he was in the Born Identity too. Like if you saw the guy, you'd know exactly who I'm talking about. I couldn't remember his name. And I really like the guy too. Every time I see him in something, I'm like, oh, this guy's in it. Cool. And so when I saw him, I was just like, I was passing him and he was hauling ass. And I was just like, hey, big fan. And he goes, hey, thanks. and kept walking. Same thing when I met Brent Hine from Mastodon. I was at a show. It was Clutch, and the opening act was Zach Sabbath, which is like Zach Wilde has this thing where he just does Black Sabbath songs, which is really awesome. And this was years ago, and he's still doing that. And so like Brent Hine was at that show from Mastodon, and he just died recently from a motorcycle accident. And I just saw him, and I was like, oh wow, hey, big fan, and thanks for all the music, and shook his hand. He was like, hey, thanks for listening, and then went about my shit. Like I just can't. I can't, like, it's weird. When I'm in Boston and people ask me for selfies, I'm like flattered, and I'm like, oh my God, sure. Yeah, of course. But I can't bring myself to like, hey, you mind? Like I can't do that. Like, I don't know why. I'm just not like that.
Right. Well, the first ever wrestler, there was they were doing autographs. It was at an indie show in my hometown. And so I'm from Hawaii, and in my hometown, the Rock family owns 2 restaurants. So if you ever go to the Big Island in Hawaii and you go to Ken's House of Pancakes, look behind the register. There are so many old pictures of the Rock that like have never been seen.
Yeah.
And
that's
stuff.
cool.
So they had an indie show come in, and at this show was Buff Bagwell and Perry Saturn. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I remember them both very well. Buff Bagwell just had his leg amputated and just got like
I saw that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I was working for a school bus company at the time, and I knew my kids on the bus didn't know who these people were, but I explained to both Buff and Perry about the kids on my bus, and they signed pictures for free for those kids. And I made Perry Saturn feel old because at the time I was like 19, but I told him I remembered watching him when I was like 10, and he's like, thanks for making me feel old.
Yeah, Perry Saturn, man, he was a big deal during SmackDown when SmackDown first was a show.
And Sabu was at that show too, and he just recently passed.
Oh wow!
Both Sabu and Jimmy Snuka actually, and so they're both gone. And then I don't know if you remember Umaga, or either Umaga. He was 2 characters in the WWE. He was Jamal with 3 Minute Warning, and then he was Umaga. But Eddie Fatu, who is the brother of Rikishi, he's the youngest brother of Rikishi, but he was their sweetest guy. But so there was like a bunch of people, like Don Morocco was there.
Wow, that guy's still alive? That's crazy.
I don't know if he's still. This was in 2004. So
okay,
I don't know if he's still alive or not.
I was a big Don Morocco fan. That guy was, he was, because I mean, Saturdays and Sundays, like it depended on where I lived, but like me and my brother just watched wrestling, like that's just what we did, what I mean? Sometimes it was on Saturdays, sometimes it was on Sundays. Most of the time it was on Sundays. And so like there would be, different wrestling federations that, there would be like the ones where the Von Erichs were a big deal, and we just followed all that stuff, me and my brother.
And then my mom started watching it from Hawaii. So but he and both Brian Adams, who was Crush in the group Chronic, like
I vaguely remember them. Yeah.
But they're both from Hawaii, and then Bret Hart was there too, and it was not long after he had his first stroke.
Bret Hart is just amazing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's like arguably the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be, man. Like Bret Hart was arguably the best technical wrestler ever. besides like, and I put Chris Benoit up there with him too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got to see him at my very first
Dean
WWE
Malenko.
show.
Dean Malenko was really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so after that show, like about a year and a half later, after I married my ex-husband, I was working at a 7-Eleven, and Jimmy Snuka and his wife came in. And it was one of those moments like how you were talking about where you recognize the face, but you can't place the name.
Yeah.
And he walks in and he had that leopard print like bandana or headband thing that he always wore. And my dumbass.
I might have asked him for a selfie. I might have asked him for a selfie if he was wearing that shit.
I was working, but like the first words out of my mouth when he came up to the register were, "Aren't you a wrestler?" Because I knew the face, but I could not place the name. And somebody behind him was like, "Yeah, that's Jimmy Snuka." So I told him the story about seeing him because he was at that show a year and a half before. But he was charging like $5 to take a picture with him with your own camera.
Oh, wow.
Which is why I never took a picture with him.
I mean, those guys are all broke, man. Like, that's what the wrestling business does. It chews them up and spits them out. Dude, you know what's funny, Mazza? Like, I still, to this day, whenever I leave the gym, it's my habit. I always chew gum because it, like, burns little extra calories. So when I'm working out, like, I always chew gum. And then when I'm leaving the gym, I always spit it out and hit it with my hand. Like, always. And then very rarely I miss, but when I don't miss, I go absolutely perfect. Every time. I can't help it. It's a total habit.
Yeah, I was a little young for him, but another legacy wrestler that's in the WWE right now is Lexus King. His dad was Brian Pillman. I don't know if you remember Brian Pillman.
I know that name.
He was the one that held a gun to his head or something on live TV.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's the guy. I know another creator whose uncle was allegedly molested by, or I think maybe that was him. But his uncle was allegedly molested by one of the administrators. He was an ex-wrestler too, and I can't remember who it was.
I know who you're talking about,
but I can't remember. But that name pops up as far as that goes, but I could be mistaken. But it was crazy. Like, yeah, I did a live stream with this guy where he told that story. And he tried to sue the WWE, tried to sue Vince McMahon, and they basically just discredited him and gaslit him and just like made him out to be just a loser person who, but yeah, supposedly he actually
why did that name's going to come to me after I get off the phone with you, but I know who you're talking about, but I cannot think of his name.
It's crazy. It was a big scandal.
The French guy.
No, it wasn't a French guy that I can recall, but it was a big
Canadian French.
It was
French Canadian.
No, man, this guy was he was one of the, he was in management, like upper management in the WWE for a while. But he's an ex-wrestler too, and I just can't remember. He was I think he was one of the Four Horsemen. Not Cowboy Bob Orton. But he was one of the Four Horsemen. And I can't remember which one he was. But I don't know, whatever. But
Pat Patterson, is that who?
Pat Patterson, Pat fucking Patterson.
Yeah. He's French Canadian.
Okay,
that's why I said French guy.
Fucking Patterson, yeah. This guy, he allegedly molested this creator's uncle. And I had him on the show talking about it. It was a long time ago. It was a few years ago. But yeah.
Yeah, I think there's still a lawsuit like going on, like that's recent actually, because I know like Linda McMahon I think got deposed too, because she's being sued as well.
Yeah, the whole thing is just crazy. Like, I mean, there's going to be a lot of scandals that come out of a corporation like that, especially when there's a lot of physical activity. There's a lot of women. It's show business. It's going to get ugly. There's things that are going to happen that are going to get ugly, and that corporation is going to try to sweep it under the fucking rug. Like, make no mistake about that. So there's a lot of tragic shit that takes place that never gets any justice. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why Vince isn't even with the company anymore, because because of the ongoing lawsuit, and that's why, like, it was such a big deal that when Brock Lesnar came back this time, because he's not a party in the lawsuit, but his name is brought up in the lawsuit, and so when he came back, the crowd was not, I mean, initially the crowd was happy to see him because of the shock factor, but then the boos started coming in. So, but yeah, like.
What? Tito Santana was a train wreck, was at Trainwreck Tacos in Kingston. Oh, okay. I thought he said he was a train wreck. Like, wait, man, no, not Tito Santana. Arriba! I fucking love Tito Santana.
But anyway,
it's Strike Force.
It was nice. It was nice having a wrestling conversation with you.
Yeah, totally, man. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so in case you're interested in watching, it's going to be on NBC or Peacock, and it's Saturday night's main event, December 13th, is John Cena's last match.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I like him as an actor. He's grown on me. I heard he turned heel, but he's got skin cancer or something like that now.
The heel run was it was good, but at the same time, like, it didn't go anywhere because people were when he turned heel, people started cheering for him more because people have been wanting him to turn heel.
Right. I wanted him to turn heel.
Career.
I hated the whole, and hey, you know, like, he was always fence riding. It was really annoying, you know, like, I like The Rock, you know, hey, I like The Rock. I don't know what his problem is with me, blah, blah, blah. I hated that bullshit. Like, that whole, you know, and the jorts, couldn't stand that motherfucker. Couldn't stand John Cena. Drove me fucking crazy. It annoyed the shit out of me. He always annoyed the shit out of me. But then he started acting, and like, this Peacemaker thing is fucking great. Like, it's great. Like, I have no, like, I love John Cena as an actor right now. I'm really enjoying it.
I don't know if they have clips of it on YouTube, but see if there are clips. But he and AJ Styles at this last pay-per-view, well, they call them PLEs now, premium live events. But anyway, at this last one, they had a incredible match, like, absolutely incredible. It was one of John Cena's best matches of the year.
Right on.
And absolutely incredible.
Yeah, right on.
But yeah, so it was nice having a conversation about wrestling with you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for calling. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, I'm not taking the next caller because that caller thinks they're fucking important. Fuck that caller, because that caller thinks that just because they're the only people who get away with wearing jorts, that they could be the last caller. Well, I say fuck that. Can you all guess who that caller was?
And his name is John Cena!
Anyways, guys, that's it for me, man. I'm going to wrap this up. Sorry to let you down, Olivia. Olivia showed up like, oh, yeah, let's go. No, let's not go. I'm calling this. It's been over almost 5 hours. I've been live. But I appreciate y'all hanging in there with me, man. I had a good time. It's fun. But anyways, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Please make sure to hit the like. Make sure to subscribe. Double check. make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube be playing games. And make sure to hit the notification bell so you know when I'm going live. And yeah, man. We got Turtle Boys and Kelsey Reeds to free, bro. Let's do that shit. Anyways, guys, I love you guys, man. I appreciate all the support. You guys are absolutely amazing. Just remember, it only takes a second to stay safe. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.
Watch out!
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school, just like their neighbors, and come back to a real home. A supervised home, right in the neighborhood, where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.